call to order this meeting of the Pompano Beach Finance Corporation. Irvin, will you call the roll?
Yes. Director Fezzik.
Here.
Director Perkins.
Here.
Director Sigerson-Eaton.
Here.
Director Smith.
Here.
Vice Chair Fournier.
Here.
Chair Harden.
With that, let's all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can I get a motion approving the minutes of the Pompano Beach Finance Corporation annual meeting minutes of June 10th, 2025?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Or what?
Aye.
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 All right. Mr. Harrison, are there any changes to our agenda today?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Can I get a motion approving the agenda? No?
So moved. Moved.
I just thought, we'd vote no on this and see if you liked it.
Mark would like us to vote no. Moved and seconded? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Let me just do that.
Motion carries. Okay, moving to our regular agenda, item 1 is the election of officers for the Pompano Beach Finance Corporation, President, Vice President, Secretary, and Treasurer. Mr. Alfred.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Kervin Alfred, Secretary. Pursuant to the bylaws of the Pompano Beach Finance Corporation, it is required to hold an annual meeting to elect the officers of the corporation. The following officers must be selected: President, Vice President, Secretary, Treasurer, each of whom shall be members of the City Commission or city staff. Traditionally, the mayor serves as the president, vice mayor as the vice president, finance director as treasurer, and the city clerk as secretary. Without further ado, I turn over the floor to the vice chair to accept nominations for the 4 positions.
Thank you very much. I guess I would nominate, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Commissioner Smith.
I will nominate the same board that we had last year, which is Rex Harden, President, Allison Fourier, Vice President, Allison Furtado, Treasurer, and Kervin Alfred as Secretary.
I second.
Are there any other nominations for the positions? Okay. Mr. Alfred, with that, will you call the roll?
Sure. Director Fezzik.
Yes.
Director Perkins.
Yes.
Director Sigerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Director Smith.
Yes.
Vice Chair Fournier.
Yes.
Chair Harden. Motion carries.
Motion carries. Thank you. With item 2 is approval of the fiscal year 2026 annual budget of the corporation.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Directors. I am Patricia White, stepping in for Allison Furtado, Treasurer. I'm requesting approval of the fiscal year 2026 annual budget of the corporation in the amount of $1,000.
We don't need public comment on this, do we?
Yes.
We do? All
You
right.
can offer.
First, you need a motion, then you need public comment on the motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on proposed budget?
Once it's a motion, then it's a matter before the commission for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Berman.
Thank you. Any public comment? Commission?
Seeing none,
Seeing none, commission discussion. All right, with that, Mr. Alfred, will you call the roll?
Director Fezzik.
Yes.
Director Perkins.
Yes.
Director Sigerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Director Smith.
Yes.
Vice Chair Fournier.
Yes.
Chair Harden.
Motion carries.
Motion carries.
Thank you. With that, we are going to adjourn this meeting.
right, let's go ahead and call this Pompano Beach City Commission budget meeting to order. Budget workshop. If we can please ask everyone to please silence your cell phones or put them on vibrate during the meeting so we don't get disrupted during our meeting with a telephone call, that would be ideal. So please silence those cell phones or put them on vibrate. Kervin, if we can go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Here.
Commissioner Perkins.
Here.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Here.
Mayor Harton.
Here, if we can all please rise to the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Can I get a motion approving the agenda as printed?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Takes us up to our regular agenda, presentation of the fiscal year 2027 preliminary estimated general fund budget. Mr. Harrison, you want to lead us in?
Yes, sir. I'd like to make these remarks for the record. Mr. Josh Waters, here to my right, City's Budget Director, will present the recommended FY27 general fund budget. The presentation will provide an overview of the projected general fund revenues and expenditures, as well as the key assumptions and priorities reflected in the proposed budget. Beginning tomorrow, June 24th, staff will meet individually with each member of the City Commission to discuss their recommendations and receive feedback. The objective of these meetings leading up to the July 20th budget workshop is to build a consensus among the City Commission regarding the proposed FY27 budget and its funding priorities. Mr. Waters?
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joshua Waters, the city's budget director. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, before we begin, I would like to take a moment and thank our department directors and their staff for their assistance throughout this budget development process. Their input and cooperation have been essential in preparing this preliminary FY 2027 budget. I'd also like to thank the city manager and his executive team for their guidance and support during this process, and to the city attorney for his help in evaluating the proposed constitutional amendment. Finally, I would like to recognize the Budget Office staff, Caron Grant, Alan Collar, and Liliana Alvarez for their hard work, professionalism, and collaboration in preparing this information before you this afternoon. Today's workshop will provide an overview of the preliminary FY 2027 general fund budget. We'll discuss key financial issues and policy considerations, and provide an opportunity for the commission input before staff returns with the recommended budget on July 14th. We'll review the preliminary general fund revenue and expenditure projections, discuss the recommended millage rates and fire assessment fees, and review the major budget pressures affecting the upcoming fiscal year. We'll also discuss the proposed property tax reform measures and their impacts on the city's finances. The purpose of today's discussion and the discussions at the one-on-one meetings later this week is not to make final decisions, but to identify priorities and receive guidance that staff can incorporate into the recommended budget that will be before this body later in July. I'm going to walk through this slide. These are the next steps in the FY 2027 budget decision process. We held our first budget workshop on April 14th, where we received some preliminary guidance from the City Commission. Today is the second of 3 workshops where we'll go over the general fund preliminary budget. We'll hold meetings again later this week with commissioners individually to get your individual priorities for the budget. We'll be back on July 20th. That'll be for the third and final of the 3 workshops this year, as we will walk through in greater detail the recommended operating budget for the general fund and all the other funds, as well as the capital improvement plan. On July 28th is where the commission is scheduled to preliminarily adopt the fire assessment fee resolution. This is so we will stay in compliance with the state notifications that the preliminary fire assessment fee has to be adopted before August 4th. On September 14th is the first of 2 required budget hearings under the state's Truth and Millage Act. This is where we'll receive input from the public, and it's where the commission is scheduled to adopt the tentative millage rates and budgets for the city's budgets, as well as adopt the final fire assessment fees. On September 23rd is the second and final budget hearing. At this meeting, the commission is scheduled to adopt the final millage rates and budgets for the city, as well as adopt the capital improvement plan. This slide provides an overview of the city's preliminary FY 2027 general fund revenues, which are projected at approximately $257.8 million. This represents revenue growth of approximately $14.2 million from the adopted FY 2026 budget. Ad valorem taxes remain the largest source of revenue at $122.3 million, or around 47.4% of general fund revenues. The next largest category, the yellow category, licenses, permits, and assessments, comes in at $45.9 million, or around 18%. Intergovernmental revenues, miscellaneous revenues, and non-ad valorem taxes account for approximately 26% of general fund revenues. Charges for services, transfers, and fines and forfeitures make up the remaining revenue sources. Property taxes do remain our largest source of revenue. However, as you can see on this slide, the city does have a diversified portfolio of revenue sources, and this diversification will help the city support its long-term financial stability. This next slide shows how the city's $257.8 million general fund budget is allocated across services and operations. Public safety remains the city's largest expenditure, accounting for approximately 55% of the general fund budget. This includes police services, the blue slice, at $78.5 million, fire services, the orange slice, at $47.9 million, EMS support from the general fund at $10.9 million, the green slice, and the light blue slice represents other public safety functions, including park rangers, code enforcement, housing and homelessness services. Parks, recreation, cultural affairs, tourism, and marketing account for approximately $31.4 million of the general fund budget, or around 12%. Development and support services represent approximately $56 million. Public works, facilities, and engineering account for approximately $27.8 million, or 11%. And as I wanted to call out the note on this slide, as noted on the slide, police services budget not only includes the city's contract with BSO, but it also includes the city's pension contribution for former City of Pompano Beach police officers, police employees, as well as related support costs. From a couple of slides ago, you may recall that I said that revenues increased by a little over $14 million year over year. However, as we were putting together the budget this year, we identified approximately $18.4 million in additional costs that have to be addressed in this budget. We talked a lot last year about budget pressures. This year, you see a continuing theme of budget pressures, non-discretionary budget pressures that we have to account for in the budget. These cost increases are largely driven by contractual obligations, inflationary pressures, operational requirements, and long-term capital needs. The largest single increase on this list is the Broward Sheriff's Office contract, including implementation of Phase 2 of their salary study, which is projected to increase costs by approximately $5.4 million year over year. Salary and benefit projections for city employees account for an additional $3.6 million. The tax increment increase for the West and ECRA are $1.3 million. Financing and leasing of vehicles and equipment at $1.2 million. Pension contribution for all city employees goes up by $656,000 this year. I want to note here that as opposed to previous years where you've seen increases of $3 to $4 million for pension contributions due to higher than expected market returns, the increase this year, the required increase is less than it has been in previous years. The Broward County Tax Collector Commission increases by $446,000, and I'll touch on this in a little more detail in a moment. Fuel cost increases go up about $250,000 as a result of increased fuel costs. And then general fund support for the CIP is at $5.5 million. So as you see on the slide, approximately $446,000 of this list relates to commissions charged by the Broward County Tax Collector, including approximately $240,000 associated with the EMS Special Taxing District revenues. At the Commission's request, staff evaluated alternatives to the EMS Special Taxing District this year. We consulted with outside counsel, internal counsel, as well as the department heads of finance, budget, and the fire department to see if there was really an option to transfer some of the millage rate from the EMS Special Taxing District over to the general operating rate this year. After discussions with outside counsel, we were advised that the city should probably maintain as much flexibility as it could with regard to the Special Taxing District, given the pending consideration of the property tax amendment out there. So at this time, staff's recommendation is not to do anything with the millage rates for the EMS taxing districts in '27 and to revisit this issue in fiscal year 2028 once that issue has been settled. Since identified budget pressures exceeded revenue growth, to offset a portion of these increased costs, staff had to identify several general fund budget balancing measures. These balancing measures include the strategic use, these are the first two lines on there, of the law enforcement trust fund revenues that we received from BSO earlier this year or late in the fall last year. If you recall, we did receive a check from BSO of about $2.8 million. This is from seized property as a result of their law enforcement activities. This money goes into the law enforcement trust fund and can only be used for specified activities. So staff reviewed existing expenditures and identified costs within the school resource officer program that are eligible for LETF funding. So by funding those eligible expenditures with LETF revenues instead of the general fund dollars, approximately $1.2 million in general fund resources became available to help address one-time FY 2027 costs. So we're doing a funding substitution. We're essentially paying for school resource officers with these funds, which would free up general funds that can be used to pay for one-time costs. We're also recommending the use of LETF revenues to cover the cost of the FY 2026 Public Safety Technology Capital Improvement Project. You guys approved this last year for $900,000. If approved, this would come back as a budget amendment later this year for commission approval. This action would allow those previously budgeted general fund support for that project to be reprogrammed and made available for FY 2027 CIP needs. So you appropriated the funds already to the general capital fund. We would do a funding swap, and then those would free up dollars that could be used for FY 2027 capital projects. So together, these funding substitutions reduce general fund expenditures by approximately $2.1 million, while ensuring that LETF revenues are used for eligible public safety projects. So even after these allocations, a portion of those LETF revenues that we received this fiscal year would remain available for future eligible uses. Additional balancing measures include savings from renegotiation of the health insurance contract, which is before the Commission's consideration later this evening. Reductions in vacant positions. It also includes some position freezes and other operational efficiencies that we found as we were working with departments as we went through their budgets. Additional savings were identified through adjustments to some special events programming across cultural affairs, recreation, and strategic communications. And then there was the election budgeting that you guys spoke about several weeks ago, where the supervisor of elections reduced his fee schedule for this year. So we were able to realize some savings as a result of that action. So together, these actions reduce expenditure growth and help maintain a balanced budget while minimizing impact on service deliveries. We'll talk about tax rates for a few minutes. So as shown on this slide, preliminary taxable value estimates indicate continued growth within the city, albeit at a slower rate than in recent years. Current projections show taxable values increasing by approximately $1.5 billion, or 6.5% compared to the prior year. Growth in taxable values continues to be supported by new construction and redevelopment activity within the city. So in this chart, the blue bar represents the taxable value, the total taxable value of city properties, and the orange line represents the new construction. So you can see in this line the fluctuations with new construction year over year. Based on the current projections, staff is recommending no change to the general operating millage rate of 5.2181 mils this year. The EMS millage rate is also recommended to remain unchanged at 0.5 mils. Because of the growth in taxable values, debt service millage rates for the city's voter-approved general obligation bonds are projected to decline by about 6%. And as a result, the citywide aggregate millage rate would decrease from 6.1608 mils to 6.1335 mils, or around a net change of minus 0.0273 mils. This chart shows the historical operating millage rate and the aggregate millage rate over time, beginning in fiscal year 2020. You can see we've been pretty stable with the aggregate millage rate, with the exception of 2021 to 2022, when there was a jump to account for the GEO Bond Series 2021 voted debt millage rate that was added to the tax bill that year. Since then, the aggregate millage rate has been declining year over year, and for the past several years, the Commission has voted to decrease the operating millage rate. We also reviewed millage rates throughout Broward County. So what this slide shows are the 2026 rates. So Pompano Beach would continue to rank among the lower tax municipalities within the county. The two green bars there show the FY 2026 adopted rate, and then the proposed FY 2027 rate. So the 2027 rate is slightly lower than the 2026 one. The proposed aggregate millage rate ranks 14th lowest among the 31 municipalities within the county. When looking at the operating and EMS rates together, the city ranks the 12th lowest among the 31 municipalities in Broward County. These comparisons are just provided to give you guys some informational context and to place the city's tax structure within the broader Broward County context. As other cities, I do want to note, as other cities consider their respective FY 2027 budgets, these rankings might change. We'll talk about the fire assessment fee for a few moments. So staff is recommending an adjustment to the fire assessment fee for FY 2027. The recommended residential assessment would increase from $361 to $391 annually, an increase of $30 per residential unit. Commercial, industrial, and institutional rates would also increase proportionately. So one of the primary reasons for this increase is the growth in fire service costs, including compensation costs associated with the collective bargaining agreement that was approved recently by the Commission. The proposed assessment is projected to generate approximately $34.8 million in net revenue after statutory discounts for an increase of $2.5 million. And we're recommending this increase both to address fire service costs that are going up, as well as to continue progress toward the city's longstanding cost recovery policy for the fire assessment fee. This slide illustrates the relationship between the fire assessment fee revenues and total eligible fire costs over time, starting with fiscal 2020. The blue bar represents total eligible fire expenditures. The yellow bar represents net revenues associated with the fire assessment fee, and the black line at the top represents the coverage ratio of fire assessment fees to total expenditures. The city has historically maintained a policy of recovering approximately 90% of eligible fire costs through fire assessment fee revenues, with the remaining costs supported by other general fund revenues. Over the last several years, the coverage ratio gradually declined as fire service costs increased faster than assessment revenues. So as the coverage ratio declined, a larger share of fire service costs was shifted from the fire assessment fee revenues to other general fund revenues. And during the FY 2026 budget process, the Commission supported beginning the process of restoring that coverage ratio toward the historical 90% goal. The FY 2026 adopted budget thus increased the coverage ratio to approximately 81%. Because of cost increases and maintaining this ratio, the fiscal 27 recommendation would further increase that coverage ratio slightly from 81% to 82%. And it's important to note that the recommendation isn't a new policy direction. It just represents a continuation of the Commission's previously established objective of moving us toward that 90% cost recovery rate. So while the recommendation doesn't fully restore the 90% target, as was the case in 2023 and prior, it does continue incremental progress while balancing affordability considerations for residents and businesses. So what we're trying to do is at least keep up with what we did with the rising costs of fire costs year over year, and then continue to make progress toward that 90% goal. So without the proposed increase, the coverage ratio would decline further, and a greater share of fire service costs would need to be subsidized by other general fund revenues. This slide will show you a comparison of residential fire assessment fee, our residential fire assessment fee, with the fees currently charged by Broward County municipalities. Just to note that these are FY 2026 rates. The proposed FY 2027 rate of $391 per residential unit is within the range of rates charged by neighboring jurisdictions. And as municipalities go through their budget process this year, it's likely you'll see these rankings will change as municipalities are still facing the same pressures that Pompano Beach is, of rising costs for fire services and having to figure out how to maintain those services at the appropriate level. And we can report back later on in the budget process where those cities wind up. Finally, we'll touch on the proposed property tax constitutional amendment. So this slide provides some information related to the proposed property tax reform constitutional amendment. At this time, the proposal has not been approved by voters and no changes have taken effect for 2026 or 2027. The proposed constitutional amendment would increase the homestead exemption to $150,000 as of January 1, 2027, and $250,000 as of January 1, 2028. It would also require annual inflation adjustments to the expanded homestead exemption. In addition, the amendment directs the legislature to establish a schedule for the eventual elimination of homestead property taxes. The proposal would also reduce non-homestead assessment cap from the current rate of 10% to 5%, beginning as of January 1, 2027. So if approved by voters in November, the amendment would become effective January 1, 2027, which would impact then the FY 2028 budget. So for the FY 2027 budget, we use the assessed value as of January 1, 2026 that the property appraiser is currently going through the process of developing for us. So this would affect beginning fiscal year 2028. This slide illustrates the estimated fiscal impact of the proposed property tax reforms using current taxable values and current millage rates. The estimates shown are based on the 2025 tax roll and are intended to provide just an order of magnitude understanding of the potential impacts. The increase in the homestead exemption to $150,000 is estimated to reduce the annual city revenues by approximately $10.9 million. This is just for the first year. If the exemption increases to $250,000 in the second year of implementation, the estimated annual tax revenue reduction increases to a little less than $18 million, $17.8 million. And then full elimination of the homestead property taxes would result in an estimated annual revenue reduction of almost $30 million. In addition, reducing the non-homestead assessment cap from 10% to 5% is estimated to reduce annual revenues by approximately $2.9 million. So this would be on top of the homestead tax reduction. So these estimates don't include future growth in taxable values and therefore likely understate the long-term fiscal impact associated with this amendment from both a new development standpoint as well as increased values of homesteaded properties. But a revenue loss of this magnitude, just note, would require significant policy discussions regarding service levels, staffing, capital investments, and alternative revenue sources. So given the uncertainty surrounding the property tax reform, staff believes it's prudent to begin planning now. As outlined in the city manager's memorandum that you received last week, the goal is to preserve essential services and maintain financial stability. The city manager has already implemented precautionary measures beginning with this fiscal year, fiscal 26, including a smart hiring freeze, enhanced review of procurement and contractual commitments, careful expenditure management, and ongoing evaluation of operational priorities. These actions are intended to just preserve flexibility and not expected to affect current frontline service levels at this time. City managers also established a budget review task force to evaluate operations, expenditures, staffing levels, service delivery, organizational structure, and revenue opportunities. The task force will develop recommendations for fiscal improvements, including a comprehensive 5-year fiscal plan. A work plan will be presented to the commission later this year, and project updates will be provided regularly to the commission. It's important to recognize that the potential revenue losses associated with this property tax reform may exceed what can reasonably be achieved through administrative efficiencies alone. For that reason, staff believes it's important to begin evaluating both expenditure strategies and revenue alternatives now. Ultimately, these efforts are about preparedness. By beginning the work, the city will be in a stronger position to respond to future challenges while continuing to provide high-quality services to the residents, as the city manager laid out in his memorandum. So I want to go over this slide briefly. As part of our broader planning efforts, we're working to identify some discretionary expenditures that could be reviewed in future years if significant revenue reductions occur. This slide does provide examples of those programs and events that may be evaluated as part of that process. No action is being requested from the City Commission at this time. At this moment, these programs are funded within the FY 2027 budget. The purpose of the slide is just to illustrate the types of discretionary expenditures that we've been asked about that exist within the budget that could be considered if future financial conditions require additional reductions. As discussed on the previous slide, the projected impacts of property tax reform may require the city to evaluate expenditure reductions and alternative revenue sources. And at this stage, our objective is to identify what those available options are and understand the potential fiscal impacts associated with them. Ultimately, decisions regarding funding of these programs, events, and service levels would remain decisions of the City Commission, and we would bring back options for your consideration. So in summary, we've developed a preliminary fiscal 27 plan that addresses current operating needs while maintaining the current operating millage rate. The budget continues to face cost pressures, as we discussed, particularly with regard to public safety, personnel, and capital support. And we're also monitoring the impacts associated with the proposed property tax reform amendment. So this concludes my presentation, and we're available to answer any questions you may have.
Very good, thank you for that. Do we have any questions from the commission? Questions, concerns, comments? Anybody? Seeing none, Vice Mayor.
So I think we'll all get into this in our sessions this week. It feels a little bit on the verge of doomsday. We're not there, but we are having to prepare for that. And the last slide on the discretionary programs and events, kind of it hit me when I looked at this. Maybe each one of us going into our budget meetings could make a list of not just events, because this seems very focused on community events, but of both opportunities and things that, both revenue opportunities and things they might be able to compromise on this year to get us through budget season. Because I anticipate this being a challenge. I have a long list of things that I would do. Like, I would say we need to eliminate all consultant contracts right now. And if we find that we need them because we're missing some service that we need, then we can add them back as necessary. But I think it's time to kind of clean house on all of this, and this is the time to do it so that we are very prepared going into the next year if this ballot initiative passes, which I fully expect it will. So thank you for your work, and thank you to everyone in the city. I know this is a very challenging time for this, but it's also an opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Further commission? Commissioner Fesick.
Thank you. Just a quick recap on this. If I remember correctly, we raised the fire assessment fee last year, correct?
Correct. You raised it $30 last year. It went from $331 to $361 per residential unit.
Okay, so we're asking for another 30 this year.
Correct.
Okay. I want to just kind of, like, again, we'll have meetings, but I'd like to see more about the task force and such that was set up. I'd like to see more of a workshop, if at all possible, or some sort of open conversation, because I think I would agree with the Vice Mayor that there is this opportunity right now for us to really look at where discretionary spending could be cut or could be modified. And I'd like to make sure that all of us up here have input into what the task force or what is being shaped before it comes to us for a yes or a no, because we are on a timeline. And I know that it's very difficult for you to do work down one avenue if it doesn't align with something that one of the 6 of us would say would be important to our residents. So I would like to see if there's any way, Mr. Harrison, is there any plan for us to have, aside from just the one-on-one, any sort of budget workshop or conversation that we can have publicly so that after we get to this point, before we get to the next point, we can have those conversations?
Yes, ma'am, there was a budget workshop that Josh went over, in addition to the one-on-ones.
Right, but a lot of these are presentations and not actual conversations. And I appreciate the hard work that comes into it, but I feel like if you're going to continue moving forward, now that we start getting actual numbers from the county and from the fire departments, it's just now's the time to really figure out what are top priorities for all of us collectively. And I know that some of that can be done in one-on-one meetings, but I also feel like it's also a time for the public to have the opportunity to come to us and say the same, have their say. That last slide really got me too. You add it all up, it's less than $1.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
And collectively, I know that we can probably trim some fat in a lot of other ways without having to give up something that people truly enjoy that end up being revenue generators for our city. For example, like even just talking about Jazz Fest, if we had the 5th year, we can look at other opportunities there to have sponsorships or additional sponsorships. We can have other opportunities to bring business to the city. And I think that the elimination of that isn't $325,000. That's also something that our businesses in that area are counting on, that sort of revenue generation for their own businesses, for our tourism department, for just something for us to do. So quality of life here seems to be suffering more than any other arena, if you will. So elimination of holiday lights, drone show, celebration for July 4th, Yuletide. I mean, these things I feel like we could probably trim the fat elsewhere, and it's not going to have to affect quality of life for the residents. Thank you.
All right. Further commission discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Commissioner Perkins.
Can you expound a little bit more on the nonprofit partnership program?
Sure. So this is a $300,000 program. It's for nonprofit organizations to apply for every year. The city makes awards on an annual basis. These usually come back for commission consideration later in the summer. So this $300,000 pot of funds that we use to provide assistance to nonprofit organizations. There's a $71,000 administrative cost associated with that. We do have an outside group that manages the application process, the review process, and the implementation process of this. that can't be done in-house. So the total cost of the program is $371, $300 for the program itself, and $71,000 for administrative costs.
Right. So how much would we basically save if we can do this in-house?
To get rid of the administrative costs, it would be $71,000.
71,000. Can you elaborate a little bit on the grant in aid program?
Sure. So there are a number of other organizations that the city supports directly through grants and aid. Those include the Historical Society receives funds from the city. Tiger Trail receives funds from the city through that pot of funds. BSO, there's a BSO summer camp program that receives funding from that. And there's also a summer youth employment program that's administered by our Human Resources Department that receives funds from the grants and aid pot.
Okay. All right. So in the budget, there is a breakdown of everything here on this list that you want to eliminate? In other
So
words-
this isn't to, just to be clear, we're not recommending eliminating these things. These are just examples of things that could be eliminated that are, non-core programs and events. We've been asked about as staff, and so we wanted to at least provide some examples of those because we've been asked about them. So some are specific line items in the budget. So all the grants and aid programs, those are 4 discrete line items in the non-departmental account budget. The funding for the nonprofit partnership program is also a discrete line item in the budget, and I believe the rest of them are as well.
Yeah. Is it possible to get us a list, the commissioners, a list of all of the consultants? I know there's a breakdown in the budget, but just a separate sheet just to give us the breakdown of all consultants in the entire city and the cost.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So going into the one-on-ones, I guess, hearing from you that you've been asked for a list like this of discretionary programs that could be eliminated. I know I've said it, but I guess I'll say it again. I'm looking for a list of opportunities of belt-tightening measures by department by department. So I'd like to see what 5% or 10% elimination by department looks like going into the one-on-ones, and certainly by the budget workshop on July 20th. So if we're going to be shown things we can cut, we better see programs we can cut and services that could be cut that residents value. We better have lists of revenue opportunities, like our golf course, for example. I think we're leaving a lot on the table there, and cost-saving measures by department. And I don't see any of that in here. I don't see any slides that, I mean, even on the prior slide, it mentioned there's a task force that's going to think about these, but there's no explicit slides on those details.
So at this point, no recommendations for these reductions are needed to balance the fiscal year 2027 budget. These are for future conversations that would happen as we're developing fiscal 28, should the property tax amendment.
Totally understand, and that's why.
This is more of a hypothetical slide that I wanted to put forward because we've been asked some of these questions. Totally, and I understand there's a holistic conversation that you're getting at that needs to take place regarding all costs as well as revenues. We just wanted to provide some specific examples based on some questions that we've gotten.
Okay, so in response to that, I actually think it's even more important to have the other slides. I agree we're not cutting these this year, but if this is the slide about how the mindset that we have going into fiscal year 2028, if the initiative passes, I think we're already starting off in the wrong mindset, basically. This should be the last slide. The first slide should be all the things we're going to do to cut costs in the city, all the contracts we don't need, all the revenue opportunities we're missing. This could be one of the slides, but if you're thinking holistically about that, this is only a part of it, and this is the last part of it I want to be looking at. I want to be looking at the ways to tighten our belts and departmental budgets that are 10% less, things like that.
And I hear what you're saying, and I think that's the main goal of kind of the budget review task force that's being put together to develop the work plan, to kind of decide what gets looked at, the process to look at these, and to bring those items back for commission discussion and consideration.
Right. I also think it's probably time for this board, and we can talk about it at our commission meeting, to reinstitute the budget review committee. We need that more than anything right now, with another perspective to kind of work with this task force, because the task force that has been created it's all city people, which I understand, like you all work there and that's your job, but I think there needs to be a balance to that of what residents and other people who live in the city and have their views of maybe how we should cut, I think. So I think, like other cities, we need to reinstitute that more than ever right now. Thank you.
Very good. Further discussion from the commission? Seeing none, any input from the public on this item? Questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, public input closed. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Harrison, for putting all this together, and appreciate the task force to look into various opportunities and methodologies going forward. I understand we're not facing the bullet, so to speak, yet. It kind of depends upon what happens at the ballot box in November, but we need to be prepared, and that's what this is about, to look at all of our options, figuring out ways that we can still run this city and provide the services that our residents expect and want, and while reducing the tax from the residents if that happens. So thank you very much for that. Nothing further. This meeting is adjourned. order of June 23rd, 2026 at 6 p.m. If I could ask everyone to please silence your cell phones or put them on vibrate during the meeting, that would be great so we don't get disrupted by somebody getting a telephone call. So please silence those cell phones or put them on vibrate. That would be great. Thank you. Mr. Alfred, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Here.
Commissioner Perkins.
Here.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here?
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Here.
Mayor Harden.
Here, thank you. Our invocation this evening will be given by Pastor Byron Shortinghouse from the Church of Nazarene, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. If we can all please rise for the invocation, followed by the pledge. Pastor.
Mayor, council members, Father God, we come before you this evening with gratitude in our hearts, gratitude that we live in a community where we can feel like we belong and there's a place for each of us. We thank you that we live in a country that will soon be celebrating a 250th anniversary of our beginning. We pray, oh God, that although we don't have that much of a heritage in this community, but the reality that there are so many things that pull us together to help us to become one. And so we ask, oh God, that as you meet with us tonight, that your blessing would be upon each one who will participate, our council members, and the community at large. We pray that your blessings would be upon each one as we endeavor to serve you in the best way that we can do so by the grace of God. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, can I get a motion approving the regular City Commission meeting minutes of June the 9th, 2026?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. On our agenda this evening, are there any changes to the agenda, Mr. Harrison?
No, sir.
Great. Can I get a motion approving the agenda as printed?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. On our consent agenda this evening, we will be pulling items number 3 and 4 for individual discussion. So 3 and 4 are pulled, so items 1, 2, and 5 are eligible for discussion during audience to be heard. All right. Okay, that takes us up to our first special presentation, the 2026 Nick Criolla Heroes in the Community Awards. The Parks and Rec Advisory Board will present the 2026 Nick Criolla Heroes in the Community Award to Tim Bentley. I believe Scott Moore is going to head it off over here, over on the side. You can head it up.
Thank you.
Give it to Ray. No, go ahead. Here, let me tee it up real quick. I didn't realize we got Raffy Katz here with us, the chairman of the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee. He's going to tee it up for us. And Scott's going to be in the background. Go ahead, Raffy.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Ms. Vice Mayor, Commission, good evening. I am not the chairperson of the Parks and Rec. He was unavoidably detained today, so I was asked to speak and to present this award. The Nick Criolla Heroes in the Community Award recognizes individuals who embody the values that made Nick Criolla a respected member of our community: dedication, service, leadership, and a commitment to helping others. This year's recipient exemplifies all of those qualities. For many years, Tim Bentley has generously volunteered his time coaching and mentoring young athletes throughout our parks and recreation programs. He's coached multiple sports across a wide range of age groups, demonstrating not only his versatility, but also his unwavering commitment to the young people of our community. Anyone can show up when it's convenient. What sets people different, or who truly make a difference, are the ones who keep showing up year after year, investing in kids, teaching teamwork, building confidence, and helping young people grow. Those are the people that we strive to recognize through this award. This year's award was actually easy, because Tim's impact reaches far beyond wins and losses. Through his leadership, encouragement, and example, he has helped to shape the lives of countless young athletes and made a lasting difference in our community. On behalf of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board and the City of Pompano Beach, it's my pleasure to present the 2026 Nick Criolla Heroes in the Community Award to Mr. Tim Bentley.
All right. Photo op first.
Can I say something quickly? So I'm at the field a lot. I have young kids, and I will tell you, I don't think I've ever been out there and not seen Tim out there. I feel like he lives at our parks. So thank you for all you do for all of the kids. Your impact really is immeasurable, and you are very worthy of this honor. Thank you so much.
Tim says no, he didn't want to say anything, but let's give him a big round of applause again for all he does for the kids. Congratulations, Tim. Thank you so much. Appreciate all you do.
Oh, yeah.
All right. All right, next up, we have the 2026 Broward Sheriff's Office Annual Award recipients. So let's see. I believe I'm going to be joined up here by our major eventually. Good evening. Tonight, we have the privilege of recognizing several members and units of the Broward Sheriff's Office, Pompano Beach District, for their outstanding service to the citizens of Pompano Beach. These awards represent more than professional achievement. They reflect a commitment to protecting our neighborhoods, responding when our residents need help most, solving crimes, embracing innovation, and making our community a safer place to live, work, and visit. Whether through life-saving actions, exceptional investigative work, proactive patrol efforts, or the successes of our real-time crime center, these award recipients have made a meaningful difference in the lives of the people we serve every day. On behalf of the City Commission and the citizens of Pompano Beach, I want to thank these dedicated public servants for their hard work, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to our community. It's my honor to recognize the 2026 Broward Sheriff's Office Annual Award recipients. Here they come. For the Life Saving Award, we've got 8 recipients. We've got a couple who are in attendance. I'm going to go ahead and read them all, but come on down if you're here, please. Deputy Felipe Camacho, Deputy Javier Rodriguez, Detective Shane Crump, Detective Leonardo Montalvo, Deputy Joseph Reynolds, Detective Jose Machado, Deputy Alexandros Souflias, Deputy Wyatt Genesee. Thank you so much for life-saving awards and appreciate all you guys do. Thank you. Let's give them a big round. Take too long? Okay. All right, moving on, we've got the Grand Cordon Unit Achievement Award. This is for the Real-Time Crime Center, represented by Sergeant Chris Williams, who is here in attendance, I believe. Sergeant Williams, here we go. Give him a big round of applause. Thank you. I've got to say, you guys should really start a TV program about that Real-Time Crime Center. It is so cool. Seriously, I'm sure that the residents would love to see it also. All right, Grand Cordon Unit Achievement Award, Area 2, Criminal Investigations Unit, represented by Sergeant Jason Hendrick, who's here with us tonight. Thank you, appreciate you. The Unit of the Year, the Pompano Beach Patrol Canine Unit, represented by Deputy Joe Reynolds, who's here with us. Joe? Is Joe here? Oh, sorry. I'm not here already, yes. Thank you, sorry. All right. And finally, this is the Deputy of the Year, and this is for the entire BSO agency. Deputy Daniel Cutlass, who is here with us tonight. Deputy Cutlass, come on down. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So these are the men and women who serve us every day, protect us, keep us safe, and they've been recognized for their outstanding achievements here in the city of Pompano Beach. But as you heard, I mean, it's not just recognition from the city of Pompano Beach. It's also throughout the entire BSO agency. We're part of a large family there, and you know, we've gotten a lot of recognition. We have a lot of great people who serve us. So thank you once again. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Thank you. Anyone want to say just a couple of words for PSA? Yeah, go ahead, Major.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, first of all, I just want to say thank you for having this time to recognize our deputies and our detectives, sergeants. We don't do this job for recognition, but they did receive these awards for the entire year of 2025. The awards were this year, just about a month or so ago. And the mayor said if we wanted to speak about them, each one is a story, especially the life-saving. It's a strenuous committee that goes through these stories, and it's not just showing up and getting fire rescue to transport them. They literally are saving people's lives to get the life-saving award. And also, I just want to say all the awards are very, very important, but to get Deputy of the Year for our Pompano deputy for the entire agency, that's a heck of an achievement. Yeah. So another round of applause for that. Also want to thank our Lieutenant Colonel for being here to be a part of this award ceremony, and thank everybody here for your applause and your appreciation. Thank you.
All right, very good. All right, photo op. We're going to have to tighten up, folks. I'm sure we're going to have to tighten up. Have it, Mayor, in the middle.
All right, we got to turn in, guys.
Yeah, we got to turn in. How tight? I think we're good. Think we're good? Get one in front of the entire commission. Sure. Let's get one and try to.
Come this way. The middle. Come this way.
You have the seal.
You got to get us in the middle.
Yep.
Wait, why are you putting the lady on the end?
Yeah,
She
just
should
in
be
the
in the
middle.
middle.
Captain Martin.
Martin, in the middle. We want you in the middle. You're the lady. There
Yeah.
you go. All right.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Why are you not? You need to get in that picture.
No, no.
Yeah.
Ladies first. Ladies first.
All right. All right, let's see. That takes us up to our proclamation. Today we've got the Boys and Girls Club Week of June 22nd through June 27th, 2026. Let's see, do we have Miss Leonka Woods here, the club director for Boys and Girls? Yeah, come on down. Club director, yes, club director for the Boys and Girls Club of Broward County. How are you? Very good. Thank you for being here. Thank you for what you all do. Whereas, the young people are tomorrow's leaders, and their development is vital to the continued prosperity and well-being of our community. And whereas, many young people require professional youth services to assist them in reaching their full potential as productive, caring, and responsible citizens. And whereas, the Boys and Girls Clubs of Broward County have been a beacon of hope and opportunity for young people for more than 60 years, since their founding in 1965, providing a safe and supportive environment where youth can thrive. And whereas, since 1975, the Thomas D. Stephanus Club has proudly served the Pompano Beach community, helping the Boys and Girls Clubs of Broward County continue providing services to an average of 12,000 young people aged 6 through 18 annually. And whereas, Boys and Girls Clubs are places where great futures begin, building a formula for impact through core efforts in academic success, character, and workforce readiness. And whereas the Boys and Girls Club's outstanding results demonstrate the impact of these efforts, with 97% of club members graduating from high school, 92% expected to graduate on time, and 88% pursuing higher education opportunities. That is remarkable. Thank you. Whereas, Boys and Girls Club organizations throughout Florida help ensure that youth have a safe and supportive space to learn, grow, and belong. offering life-enhancing programs that build skills and character while fostering meaningful relationships with caring adult professionals. And whereas Boys and Girls Clubs of America continues to champion the message that America needs club kids, recognizing that tomorrow's leaders, innovators, and community change makers are being developed today through the support, mentorship, and opportunities provided by Boys and Girls Clubs nationwide. And whereas during National Boys and Girls Club Week of 2026, Boys and Girls Clubs of Broward County will join more than 5,400 clubs and millions of young people nationwide in celebrating the positive impact clubs have on youth, families, and communities across America. Now, therefore, I, Rex Harden, Mayor of the City of Pompano Beach, on behalf of the entire City Commission, do hereby proclaim the week of June 22nd through June 26, 2026, as Boys and Girls Clubs Week in the City of Pompano Beach, and encourage all citizens to join in recognizing and commending the Boys and Girls Clubs of Broward County and Boys and Girls Club organizations throughout Florida for providing comprehensive, effective services that empower young people and strengthen our communities. Done this 23rd day of June, 2026. Rex Harden, Mayor, thank you so much for what you do for all of the kids across this country, but especially in Pompano Beach. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Care to say a couple of words?
Well, on behalf of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Broward County and the Thomas D. Stefano / Hare Hoser campers here in this great city of Pompano, I want to thank our municipalities for all their continued support, and I would invite you all out to come and check out some of the good things that we're doing here at the Boys and Girls Club in the city of Pompano. With that being said, you all have a great day.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's see. Okay. Come on. Oh.
You got it, Lee?
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate all you do for our community. One second. All right, just found out that item number 9, which is our health insurance, we've got the Aetna folks with us here tonight. They've got some time constraints, so with commission approval, I'd like to go ahead and move up item number 9 so we can take it, let's see, we'll take it first on the agenda before we do the consent. How's that? Any problems from the Commission? Okay, well, we'll wait just a minute. We'll go ahead and do audience to be heard. They'll be first before the consent. All right, so that takes us up to audience to be heard. Do we have anyone signed up, Mr. Alfred?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have 9 speakers.
Okay.
Bear with me. First speaker, Chili Moore, followed by David Miller, followed by Marquise Smith.
Very good. Please come forward. Just give your name and address for the record and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Shiley Moore. My address, 5214 Northeast 19th Terrace. Good evening. I've been a resident of Pompano Beach for 34 years. I've lived in the same house majority of my life. The speeding through the neighborhood is very dangerous and has increased with the Walmart being relocated to the area. Riding through Highlands, this is one of the very few streets without speed bumps. Many times you can hear cars at 48th Street, revving their engines up to speed to 15th Street in broad daylight. There are elderly people and a significant amount of children that use the street as a way to school, recreation, and leisure. Please consider putting a speed bump for the community's safety.
Very good.
Thank you.
If I could just ask you, let's see, we got John Seropoulos is here. Is John? Yes, there's John. He's out there over on the staff side over there. If you could just go talk with him about that, we'd appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Mayor, may I?
Commissioner Seeger-Seaton?
Thank you. I just, just for everyone's information, there's a process that we need to go through. We have, as a city, just cannot just put a speed bump in upon request. There's a process that we go through with Broward County traffic engineers. So happy to do a speed study. And I'm sure Mr. Seropoulos is going to be scheduling one as we speak. I will say, however, I have a number of speed studies in the queue. There is a long list. And then once it goes through the process and the numbers are analyzed, if it gets approved, then there's another list for the amount of time it takes Public Works to get the actual speed table installed. So if you feel like you have speeding on your streets, contact me or contact the city, and we'll be glad to do a speed study anytime. All right, thank you, Mayor.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker?
David Miller.
Tired of speed bumps. But good evening, David Miller, Pompano, District 5. So I just came up to say hello, and it's been a minute since I've been here. Thank you for attending my events. If you happen to make it to any of them, we had a birthday party for the country and for the Sam McDougal House last weekend. And I also had a Juneteenth event myself that was last Thursday. If you had known it or not, it's Men's Mental Health Month, so I did an exercise dealing with what happens when you have your hands free, freed hands, and that was a very interesting conversation. That's my exhibit of artwork there as well. You missed the reception, so it's $15 to go see that now. Looking forward, in November, I'll be doing another function, an exhibit honoring Native Americans in the month of November, and that's what I want to do, spread the culture. I'm unfortunately not big enough to make this list, but we still have things going on in the city of Pompano that's not, you don't have to spend y'all money, city dollars on it. I have a couple of more seconds, so I just wanted to say, moving around from my other favorite cities, Deerfield and Lauderhill, I found that people are enjoying what we do in Pompano with our programming. So good job for the Cultural Affairs Department. And a suggestion, maybe even some advice from your cultural arts ambassador. I would say that if you're seeking counsel for the manager or anybody, men to talk to, honor these names, listen to these people, I think you should. Men by the name of Tom, any kind of, just Tom, a person from Pompano, David, of course. These names are significant. I'm gonna tell you that my cultural studies and my history in this city has gave me the right to actually say that. So any Dave, any Tom, any Willie, any, District 4, you know, plenty Willies. We got Cameron, Ponder, Brown, Reed, Jones, any David. But these names are significant. I'll even throw in a Mike here and there, Michael. Why not Michael? But Davids and Toms. So when you get closer to August and you already speak to these individuals in your city, trust me, you're gonna get some good advice. You're gonna listen to some of the best ideas you could come up with out of these names, and I'll be in one of them. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker?
Marquise Smith, followed by Mike Seversky, followed by Adam Abutina.
Good afternoon. Marquise Smith, 611 Northwest 2nd Terrace. I'm coming up today. It's been a long time coming, and I can commend the city and the individuals that was working with me in that particular area. but we still have a lot of work to do. That particular area, I own the rental property in front of the new building that was just new construction. When they did the construction, they moved the debris on the side of the alleyway what the city owns. So I reached out to the city in code. They did clean the area up, but the mountain hill is still there. They haven't smoothed it out or evened it out, as well as in the dead-end entryway, all the debris is still there. Now, I am going to commend them because it looks a lot better than what it was looking before because I had to complain. But however, we still have a long way to go. As far as it should be a standard across the board, and I just feel like it needs to be a little bit more improvement with the cleanup. I did explain to them in that particular area, it's a high prostitution there, and they use that alleyway to make their transactions. Now, I'm gonna commend the BSO officers. It has gotten a lot better, but I suggested that if they were to use like a fencing on the alleyway to block them from, using the alleyway, that would probably cease the problem or alleviate it a lot. They did post signs up, so I am greatly appreciated, and it's not bashing anyone, but I just wanted to put it on notice so everyone knows, the conditions of what's going on in that area.
Do you know an address of where you're talking?
Okay, my property is 611 Northwest 2nd Terrace. When you make the right, it's a dead-end entryway there. It's a dead-end zone. On the side, it's an alleyway. And directly in front of me is the new construction. So when they was building the new construction, the leftover debris, they pushed over to the city side. So now it's a mountain there that's creating weeds, and it just does not look appealing.
Gotcha.
So what I'm asking them to do is to smooth it out. Either they're gonna make the owner smooth it out, because that's who did it. Either smooth it out, or the city can smooth it out, and eventually we can work on trying to block that in. I know it's a process, but I'm just making a suggestion. The officers can only do so much. So if the city was to team up and just try to make some type of blockage there to keep them from using that alleyway, that will alleviate a lot of the problem, and then the officer can use their resources someplace else, than my tenant keep calling them out when she feels, unsafe.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you for the address. That way we can have some place to target.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Again, I want to thank everybody who was in participation of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Mike Skaversky, 1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue. All right. This is a first. I'm actually going to say thank you to you for sticking up for me at the last meeting. I got like 5 texts telling me Hardin stuck up for you. Then I had somebody stop me in the store and said, how come she didn't stick up for you? I said, she wasn't around then. You can't blame her for that. She wouldn't know. So anyway, thanks for doing that. But I'm used to not getting credit for anything, so it doesn't matter. And also at the other meeting, I saw the thing on the microloans. The biggest problem was qualification. I remember that. And there was probably a lot of failures on that, if I recall. Qualification, I used to teach the mortgage brokers, is the most important thing. If you don't qualify properly, you've just screwed everything else up. They didn't listen anyway. So you need somebody that qualifies, that truly knows what they're doing on how to qualify people. Now, the last thing, I went to a show on Sunday. Yes, I went to this show. It's called The Color Purple. Okay? Now, for everybody watching on TV, 50 West Atlantic Boulevard is directly across the street from the Orion gas station, or next to City Hall, where there is a library, and inside the library is an auditorium that fits about 300 people. Now, this show goes for about 2 hours and 30 minutes. You're going to have a 15-minute break. It's still going until July 3rd, almost every single night. I think tonight's off and the next night is off, and then after that, it's several nights in a row. You have tremendous actors and actresses that are not getting underpaid. I may as well say they're not getting paid at all. That's how good they are. They deserve at least $10,000 a night for how good these people are.
It's a terrific musical. I suggest everybody please go see the show and support actors and actresses like this. They're all terrific singers, you name it. I liked it. My friend who I was with, she loved it. Everybody loved it. Almost all the seats were filled in this place. So I'm sure there's still some seats left, and I would suggest if you have not purchased a ticket, I don't know the website, but the easiest thing to do would just type in the color purple / Pompano Beach, and it's going to take you to the site where you can purchase your tickets. So once again, please support this. Great actors, actresses, singers, a great show, and hopefully you'll have a good time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Yes. All right, next speaker.
Adam Adbutna, followed by Vicente Thrower, followed by David Hall.
Thank you. Adam Mabuta, 200 Northeast 1st Ave. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I currently serve on the board of the Islamic Center of South Florida, just 5 minutes from here. On behalf of our congregation, we just want to express our sincere appreciation for the work that you all do in serving the Pompano Beach community. We know that public service requires long hours, thoughtful decision-making, and a deep commitment to the well-being of every resident. And just briefly, as a faith community rooted in service, compassion, and civic responsibility, we value the leadership you all bring to the city of Pompano Beach. We're proud to be a part of this diverse and vibrant community, and we look forward to continue to contribute positively to the community we all share and call home. And just thank you again for your dedication, your accessibility, and your ongoing efforts to make Pompano Beach a welcoming and thriving place for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Okay, next speaker. Mr. Thrower.
Vicente Thrower, Pompano Beach. Mayor, you had your budget workshop or your pre-workshop earlier, but I want to go on the record and say a non-starter for us. We're not giving up MLK Day. So that don't even need to even be in the conversation. To every commissioner up there, the manager, MLK Day is off limits. You can cut whatever else you want to cut, but MLK Day for us is off limits. Are we on the same page, Mayor?
I hear you.
I mean, are we? Are we on the same page?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, Mayor, as we take pictures and stuff, I gotta be honest with y'all, we spend a lot of money for cameras and TV. Mayor, you get up here and you take pictures and everybody got iPhones. Where are these high-priced cameras and stuff we pay for and equipment and stuff and all that? Do I need to take an audit of what we paying for when we pay for our social media system? Why are you all standing up here taking pictures, and where's our social media network that should be taking your picture?
Well,
just now, when you got up, where was our people?
They're probably in that booth back.
Okay, no, not the booth. Did you see, back in the day, they had little cameras, did you see that? I know you didn't see it, did you? Did anybody get up and take your picture?
Everything's on TV now.
Did anybody take your picture, Mayor?
Tonight?
Did anybody get up and take your picture tonight?
Well, yes.
No BSO took your picture. Did anybody from our staff take your picture?
From your staff?
No, from your staff.
Yes, actually, they did.
Who took your picture?
Mr. Tran.
That's the CRA, man. That's the co-executive director of the CRA.
You asked.
Hey, Mayor, you see where I'm coming from, right? Okay. Listen, I hope we don't have to have a discussion about if we at some point get to this discussion about outsourcing. I don't want to have to look at the ones that are not really performing, because if we spending money, we need at least see out the results of the money we're spending. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Just want to start off by saying David Miller was right. Listen to people named David. So I watched the budget hearing, the meeting that just preceded this one, and I heard a lot of things about having a committee, having a workshop, let's be strategic, let's be forward thinking, let's do all these things, and then immediately heard things that were none of those. We put our flag in the ground for things that we like Jazz Fest, July 4th, holiday lights and all of those things, and some things at the beach generate revenue, which they do, which is fantastic. Then we heard the familiar refrain of cutting out our consultants, one of them, I'm sure, being RMA. Well, we shouldn't forget the fact that we wouldn't have a beach that's worthy of a jazz fest, a July 4th celebration, a drone show, if we didn't have the CRA and RMA who developed all that and brings in 20 to 1 ROI on our dollars from the beach into this city. So it seems that we're stepping over dollars to pick up pennies when we're talking about just carte blanche, going after some stuff we hate, keeping our flag in the ground with some stuff we like. I'm all for trimming fat. I'm all for cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, and I think we should look at all that. We talked about laying off some employees as a way to do it. We have 1,000 or so employees in the city of Pompano Beach. 30% of them are residents. Nothing will help our tax problem, revenue problem, like getting rid of people who live in our city when we're already going to have money reduced by the tax cut that's going to come when we all vote for that. If you're talking about firing our employees, which I've heard, and replacing them with AI, how are people going to make their mortgage? How are people going to make their rent when we're letting people go who work for this city? It was said at that meeting before, reducing people, and it was also said at a previous meeting, I think you said you don't want to do anything on the backs of the residents, which is fantastic. I applaud that. But that has been said about reducing staff and getting rid of people and trimming those folks. So I think if we're going to do that, 30% of those people live in the city of Pompano Beach. And then, of course, some people's favorite punching bag is our city manager, Mr. Harrison, who has proceeded over tremendous revenue to our city, tremendous growth to our city, and has done a fantastic job, but everyone gets hung up on how much he makes. I've said it numerous times. You take his salary divided by the amount of people that live in this city, and he costs every resident $3.33 a year. Yet he's brought in $100 million worth of bonds into this city. That's great ROI as well. So I'm feeling generous tonight, so I'm going to give Mr. Harrison a $20 bill here and cover all of you guys for your fee, the $3.33 times 6. So that you guys don't have to worry about paying for him.
No, thank you.
And the $3.33 he costs every resident of the city for the great ROI.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Very good.
No, thank you. I don't need it.
Next, ladies and gentlemen, please, no applause here. Next speaker.
Next speaker, Shaka McFadden, followed by Delvin King. Shaka McFadden.
Hi, good morning. Shaka McFadden, 2821 Northwest 6th Court. I'm coming here to let you guys know that I'm having a community outreach event day on June 27th from 10 to 3 p.m. at Hunters Manor Park. And I would love for the commissioners and mayor also to attend the event. It's geared towards the unhoused, offering them resources, feeding them, giving them clothing. We'll have various vendors such as phones, health insurance, mental health, housing for them, someone to assist them in getting into a place to stay, whether it's a transitional house or whether it's some sort of housing. And that's it, just letting that be heard.
Very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate
Mayor?
Appreciate that. Yes, Commissioner Perkins?
Could you get with the lady behind you there, Cassandra Rhett, who does a lot of our work with the homeless? And
Okay.
perhaps you all could work together and make it bigger and better.
Okay, I will, thank you.
Very good. All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Delvin King, 2601 Northwest 12th Street, Pompano. Okay, so I got a couple of things I want to address today. I want to start off by saying the Broward Sheriff Office, they receive awards today. And a lot of them do some great things here in Pompano. And it was, to me, a slap in the face to see that they didn't get a certificate, they didn't get a bag of chips, they didn't get a little sticker on their shirt to say, job well done. If we're going to recognize everybody else with a certificate, everybody else with a plaque,
Every officer that came up here today for an award should have walked away with something from the city of Pompano to show that we really appreciate them. Just like you're going, you appreciate them so much, you're going for a 4-year contract. But when they come up here, we don't want to show them that we really appreciate them. So next time we have an award for the Broward Sheriff, and matter of fact, before then, we need to get them some awards. We need to give them something tangible that they can take back home to their families to say, the day at the city of Pompano, I got this award. Not just, oh, they called my name. And then just to piggyback on what Vicente said, I went to the city of Coral Springs meeting. When awards was given, all you heard was pictures being taken. But here at the city of Pompano, we pull out, Mr. Tran pull out that old, I don't know if that's an Android, and trying to take a picture like this. This is embarrassing that this city with all this money pulling out an old iPhone or an old Android to take lifetime memory. These are lifetime memories we're taking. We can't, the city of Pompano can't afford one of them Canon cameras. The city of Coral Springs got the nice big one with the light on the top. We can't get that in Pompano. But you know why we can't get it? Because people don't want to come to work. People in those departments want to work from at home. And we got to hold people accountable. We got to step our game. If we talking about new downtown, RMA, all this, RMA couldn't tell y'all to get a camera, look professional. We finna build a new city hall with a camera, with an iPhone. Come on, a new city hall. Y'all trying to fight for and we gonna take pictures in the new city hall with a phone camera. We got to get it together, City of Pompano. Thank you.
Very good.
That concludes the audience to be heard, Mayor.
All right, thank you so much for that. That one, then we'll go ahead and take up, what is it, item number 9 at this point in time? Yes. Okay, item number 9 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a service contract between the City of Pompano Beach and Aetna Life Insurance Company to provide employee health benefits services, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good evening, Ms. Senego.
Hi, Lisa Senego, Human Resources Director. Well, I'm excited to state that joining us tonight, we have Mark Rodriguez and Shauna Whittingham from Gehring Group, and they are the city's employee benefit consulting team. Mark and Shauna work with public sector employers throughout Florida. They have Gehring Group has over 100 public sector employers they work with to evaluate healthcare programs, analyze costs, and support informed benefit decisions. So they work with us throughout the year, but most definitely during these processes when we go out to market. And so Mark is actually going to walk us through a presentation for your consideration. So let me pull that up. And thank you for taking us a little bit earlier.
You need to change the input for the camera.
Thanks.
There we go.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Yes, again, thank you very much for moving us up on the agenda. It's greatly appreciated. So I'm just going to go through a very brief overview of the process that we went through.
Please
this
identify
year, we decided to.
Please identify yourself.
Mark Rodriguez from the Gehring Group.
Thank you.
So we went through an RFP process this year to bid out your medical insurance. So we're going to do a quick overview of what that process was about, talk a little bit about the response that was received once that bid was put out to the market, then talk a little bit about the evaluation of those proposals that came in. And then finally, we'll end by formally requesting commission approval to move forward with the evaluation committee's recommendations. So first of all, the RFP process itself, it was a competitive procurement process. So we did work in hand with your procurement department, who did release the bid out to the public. We got a pretty good response. Multiple carriers submitted proposals. And there was an evaluation committee formed internally, which consisted of various members of the city staff representing HR, finance, and administration. So that was the committee that evaluated all the proposals that came in. We also were involved in the process as technical advisors. So currently, your medical insurance program is a fully insured program with Florida Blue. Florida Blue's proposal reflected a 5% increase in premiums. So there are many other options that we were able to look at as a part of this process. We looked at not only other fully insured programs, but also self-insured programs, which consisted of medical, pharmacy, and stop loss components that are part of self-funded. Like I said, we got a lot of responses from all the major carriers, various ranges in terms of pricing and the different program approaches. There were multi-year stability options that were made available, and all of the carriers had a strong emphasis on cost management and clinical programs. So some of the criteria that the evaluation committee took into account were, one, the financial position of each proposer, the risk and funding structure of each proposal, plan designs and flexibility within those plan designs, and also network access and the impact that the network would have on your employees. So the proposals were independently evaluated by the committee members and scored. I should also add that all of the proposers that were determined to be finalists did come in and gave in-person presentations as well. So those scores were compiled by the committee and reviewed collectively. Aetna was the insurance carrier that received the highest overall evaluation score. It's a fully insured program that represents a 2.7% decrease from your current rates, which equates to a savings of roughly $371,000 for the year. So instead of the 5% increase in premium you would have had staying with Florida Blue, you're now going to realize a 2.7% savings. So again, there is a savings, so that's something that should be taken into account as far as the cost goes. But another thing I'd like to stress is the network stability that was presented by Aetna. So currently with Florida Blue, unfortunately in the past year or so, you've had two major hospital systems drop out of the network. That would be Broward Health and Memorial Health. With the Aetna proposal, those two hospital networks are actually in their network. So you are basically gaining those two major hospital systems here in Broward County back by going with Aetna. As a result, this will be a lot less disruption to your employees, and the provider match actually is about 99% is what Aetna presented. So that means that 99% of all the providers that your members are currently utilizing will be in network, which is basically the highest match that you can possibly have. And the other great thing about the proposal is that it does allow you to maintain a fully insured structure, which is great because in a fully insured structure, the insurance carrier is taking on all the risk. You don't have to take on any risk at all. You basically just pay your premium and you receive your coverage. And you're able to do that, again, at a savings of 2.7%. So a very strong proposal there. And it does also include a rate freeze on the second year renewal. So we already know what those numbers are going to be. So it makes it easy to budget for next year's renewal. We don't expect any surprises in terms of what that renewal is going to look like. So again, some of the considerations that the committee took into account were, one, the balance of cost and stability of the program, the risk management approach. Again, every insurance carrier did come in and do a presentation where they discussed their approach to managing risk. The employee impact and continuity, again, is great because you have a 99% provider match. And you're also gaining those 2 major hospital networks that are currently out of your plan. All that being said, the evaluation committee is recommending that you award the medical insurance coverage to Aetna for a fully insured medical program, obviously subject to the commission approval. So once we do receive your approval, we will finalize any agreements that have to be signed off on, and then our team will take over and we will implement the program and do employee education and communication and be ready in time for implementation on October 1st. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Appreciate that. All right, this is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. So I want to say thanks for the work on trying to find savings. We don't get to hear those words very often here. So thanks for all the hard work in trying to find that. And I do know that a lot of residents in general have, so I'm sure a lot of the employees, the 30%, as Mr. Hall had said, that are living in Pompano will be happy to know that some of the services will come back for Broward Health and Memorial. I do have a question. It wasn't here. Sorry. What's the difference of the comparison of services and costs?
Yep, so you're basically receiving the exact same plan design that you currently have. Nothing's changing in terms of the benefits of the plan. So that's staying the same. And like I said, we've realized a savings of roughly about $371,000 for the year. So basically, same benefits that you had with a bigger network at a savings.
Okay, so for the average user, they will not see a difference, really.
Oh, excuse me, can you
So
repeat?
for the average user or family, they'll only see a decrease, but their service will stay the same.
Yes, exactly, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Further commission, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I didn't see anything on the committee in the backup or the other proposals, so there's nothing to compare it to. Obviously, this was the plan that was selected and the provider that was selected. Is Holy Cross in the network too? I assume
Yes.
so if you have 99% overlap, but I wanted to just,
Yes, they are.
okay. So we're back to the providers and the networks that we lost with the Florida Blue issues that happened.
Exactly.
And so with the savings, is that just to the city or will premiums go down for employees also?
Yeah, so that's the total overall premium savings. We still have to, through the implementation process, work on what is going to be yeah.
Up to you, please.
Yeah, specific to our plan here in the city, we do some premium share with the family plan. They pay half of the additional cost over a single employee. The city pays for single employee. And then if a family, someone purchases a family premium, they pay half of the difference from the employee single. Am I making sense?
So that structure will remain.
It will
in place.
decrease their portion that they pay. They don't pay the full family cost. The portion that they pay will decrease.
Okay. And was there any survey done of employees or any outreach done in this process or after it to just make sure that they were happy with the option?
This is the first they're hearing about that at this point in time
Because
because it was the cone of silence and things during that, during the outreach to the market.
So they haven't had the opportunity to kind of look at this and determine what it really means for them and their doctors and their individual
They will over these
circumstances.
months. Yeah, they will over these months, yes. But in the oversight of the team that reviewed for the plan, the goal, as Mark had stated, was to keep the same benefits and see what pricing we can get and keep our same networking and making sure that our network has those hospitals and things included. So it's we're really seeing it as a good win-win.
Yeah. I mean, changing health insurance is disruptive generally.
It is.
It's a
It
very
is.
disruptive thing for users of the system and checking on their doctors and all
Yes.
that, and even just the updating information every time you go to the doctor. So the network the overlap is, I think, probably the most important
Yes,
factor there, and
they
the
call
cost
that the disruptive rate, and so that was just a win for us with that.
Okay.
Because yes, the color of people's medical cards will change, but they should be able to be going to the same doctors.
and use Holy Cross, Broward Health, Memorial, all of the local healthcare systems and regional
Correct.
healthcare. Okay, thank you.
Correct, yes.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, that takes us back to our consent agenda. Can I get a motion approving items 1, 2, and 5?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. That takes us up to item number 3 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a service contract, which has now been changed to a purchase contract between the City of Pompano Beach and Century Industries LLC to purchase a mobile bandstand stage, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Good evening, Mr. Moore.
Good evening.
This item was pulled by by staff, actually. There will be some, so staff wanted to pull this item. Mr. Berman?
I can explain very quickly, unless you want to get into the actual item and what it does. The only reason for the pull was a last-minute adjustment to the title of the contract, which indicated service contract, which is what went on the agenda. It's actually a purchase contract. It's been corrected and amended. That's the only change, and the vendor has agreed to the change. We have that in writing, and we just wanted to bring that to your attention. That's all, Your Mayor.
Okay. Anything further, Mr. Moore?
No.
Okay, well, this is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, please come forward. This is item number 3. Very good. Any further public input? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I had also pulled this item because of two things. One, I wanted clarification or to clarify that this isn't, we're not buying a service. We are actually buying a new showmobile, right?
Correct. Scott Moore, Parks and Recreation. You are correct.
And I remember this came up at the last budget hearing or workshop last summer. What is the condition of the old one? Because whenever I see it, it seems okay. I know, look, we're buying this, we need it, but what are we going to do with the old one?
It is, to be honest, it's on its last leg. We're not expecting this to come in for another 9 to 10 months. And at that time, we'll evaluate the condition of the stage because it's got to go through the summer months and everything else. So we'll evaluate it at that time and make a determination on what we're going to do with it.
Okay, is there demand for more than one?
Are you asking me? Yes. I mean, if we can,
Okay.
if it's salvageable and we could use it, yes, we'd love to have.
That's my point. Like sometimes we just sit here and think we have a blank checkbook and just buy another new one. But if we have an asset that is in okay or reasonable condition still, keeping it as a backup and like continuing to do some maintenance on it, like I would do at my house or anyone else would do who was kind of worried about the finances, would make sense. So I just want to make sure we're not like trashing the other one because we're getting the new one. I want to make sure that we're looking at it as an asset maybe we could keep and use still. So
And yeah, like I
consider
said,
that.
we'll evaluate it and see
Thank
what
you.
we can do.
Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Fesick.
Thank you. Yes, this was actually one of the questions I had too, because a few times when we go to Music Under the Stars, I've seen it, wheeled out there, and seems like everybody's enjoying it just fine. So, in light of the tax issues, or if there's any way that we might know ahead of budget season what necessary repairs there might be for the old one, so that we know what that cost looks like to repair it to at least more to add to its usable life, that might be one option. And the second thing I just want to put out on the record is we're looking for new ways to add revenue. I do know that other cities rent out their showmobiles for different events to other cities and other municipalities, et cetera. And that might be something we look at as a potential revenue generator for us as well, for your department. So just want to make sure I threw that on there.
Absolutely. And if you'll see, I think there's a picture in your backup. This showmobile, it was very important to us that we have banner opportunities on here where we can use that for revenue producing items and sponsorships and stuff like that. So that was an important feature that we wanted with this new showmobile.
Awesome, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Segerson-Eden?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just surprised that this is a tarped vehicle, that there isn't any sort of hard roof structure. And so why is that better?
We met with the vendor. This is a new state-of-the-art feature that they have. There's a lot of showmobiles that are doing this. It is completely automated where we can close it during a storm really quickly, remote controlly, versus having staff, which right now it takes 2 or 3 staff to close it all up or secure it. So this has got a remote control for the whole thing. It closes it up and it's supposed to be safer for any time we have storms or anything like that.
Is it roughly the same size?
Exactly the same size.
Okay, same width and
Yes.
length? Okay, so it folds down
Yes.
similar to the way that
Yes.
we have now? And I do like the banners. Does it have the same sort of lighting capacity, or is it improved?
Yes. And we have a generator. Another thing that it has, it's all ADA compliant. So we have a lift that goes on the side, so we can use that as well. It also requires just one person to use. So that's another thing that for cost savings or efficiency, right now we usually deploy 2 staff members with it. So we'll have 1 staff member after training to be able to bring this out to different events.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eden?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes. Item number 4 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a license agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and South Florida Technical College Preparatory, Inc. for use of the city's vacant athletic field for football practice activities, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Smith, I believe, for a member of the public. Commissioner Smith?
Yes, I had a request to pull this by Jocelyn Jackson because she has a concern about the quality of the soil and the athletic field.
Okay.
So she would be able to address that.
How you doing, Jocelyn Jackson? I know about this parcel. I just want some clarity. It's located at the Boys and Girls Club. It sits east of it. Is that correct?
Mr. Moore?
Yes. Scott Moore, Parks and Recreation, yes.
I know this parcel so well. About 7 years ago, we pretty much presented a proposal for our Little League football team. The Deerfield Packer Rattlers is the longest football team in the Broward County area. It could be the Tri-County area. It was brought by some pioneers of Deerfield Beach, Sylvia Portier. Everybody know Miss Sylvia Portier and some other constituents in the city. The property on that parcel, it was used for hurricane debris. That's where they took all the trash for the hurricane. They dumped it on that parcel. So that parcel has glass, it has rocks, all different particles on that because, like I said, it was a dump site. So with that said, as it being a dump site, you have to cultivate the land. It's not safe for the city to contract anyone to partake and play on that land. That land minimum to bring it up the park is $200,000 to start, not to complete. We have a go bond for that area. It's not fair to the taxpayers to double dip and charge us, because the land is not up to par at all. And if a kid get hurt out there playing on that soil that have not been tested, have not been cultivated, it's gonna fall back on the city, and it's not fair to us as taxpayers to have to pay to get it in, to get it up and into compliance. And besides, I thought we had a budget meeting today, and we cutting out some things to try and shorten the budget here from expenses. Now, I know we have the school over there in Collier City. I think it was the neighboring school from Charles Drew. So I think the better for the kids is to try the school board. They have 10 schools that was closed down. I think that would be a better fit for this particular program with the school board.
Good, thank you.
Mayor?
Mr. Harrison.
So first of all, that part of that area, the south end of that property, was used for about a week to haul vegetation debris, trees, limbs. There was nothing that contained glass. And this has been used for this purpose. This property has been used by this purpose with various and sundry leagues, from small little kids up to these size guys. This is an area where grown men are going to be using this as a practice football field. But it will only be until October, because we will be going in there on the construction project for the Ultimate Sports Park.
October?
So I just want to make sure everybody understands that we just didn't sit here and let this property go into an agreement for the technical school folks to use it as a practice field without double checking everything and knowing the ground that we're talking about. Okay?
Very good, thank you, sir, appreciate that. Okay, well, let's go ahead and take any public input. It's public input on this item? This is public
right
hearing?
here.
Okay, just name and address for the record.
Michael Skaversky, 1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue. The group that wants to use this, it appears that Delvin King, he's running for commissioner. He's owner, runs this place. Is this true? Or you don't know? Do you read backups? All right. Correct? Okay, so it's Delvin. All right. And I'm not elected, but I glance at this stuff once in a while. I used to always look at it. All right, there was a few things mentioned. Nobody knows, but a few years ago when Mark Boudreau was in charge, when people wanted to, I would run into coaches, or there would be like somebody up there, it was mainly at McNair Park, throwing a football with 3 players. So I would give him Mark's number and say, listen, if you want your football, because they were coached at Coconut Creek or one of these other places, call this guy up, he's head of parks, and if you want, maybe he will allow Coconut Creek to use the football field for a fee. You hear about losing money, a fee. And also, when you pay to play, they also have to sign something. If anybody is injured, it's not Pompano Beach's fault, it's their fault. We have people that rent out pavilions at the park for years. We have people that rent other things out at the park. If you want to use a field, you have to pay for it. Obviously, most of you know how big I am on sports, but that's only the right thing to do. If you want to use it, you pay for it. And this is Delvin, and if he should know better. You know, hey, listen, whatever. Like I said, I have no problem renting anything out to anybody as long as you pay a fee.
Very good. Excellent. Further input from the public, please come forward.
My name is Tangi Jackson. I reside at 841 Northwest 6th Avenue. And I'm gonna follow up on what city manager said regarding the land. And the only reason being because I have 20 years experience with FEMA, which is Federal Emergency Management Agency. And I have been a supervisor in debris monitoring. And even though they supposed to pick up like vegetables, like as trees and limbs, that is not always so. So my dad always say, CYA, you supposed to pick up trees and limbs and all that, but a lot of times debris is put into the pile as well. So I don't have anything against for anybody in sports and keeping kids active and out of trouble. I'm for that. But I would recommend that you still have it tested or do whatever you need to do just for safety issues, because safety is always first.
Very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Further input from the public?
How you doing? How you doing? Isaiah Martinez, South Florida Technical College commit. You could call what I'm about to say biased, but me and a couple teammates, you know what I'm saying, we've been using this field the whole off season to practice and get extra work in. Me personally, I found the field in perfect condition to play and practice, and you could say it's biased or whatever, but I feel like I wouldn't be putting my teammates or my future teammates in danger or harm, saying there's glass from what previous people are saying, or anything harmless or harmful to us. I feel like the field is in perfect condition, and if that was the case, Boys and Girls Clubs has several children who goes out there and play during their PE time. I feel like if there was any hazards or any problems, that wouldn't be the case because they wouldn't let the children out there to play. I think people have a lot of problems and how do I put this? Yeah, a lot of complaints, and they're very biased to certain people due to their personal conflicts with certain people, and I feel like you can't do that because there's a lot of people out here, and me personally, I was homeless, and I feel like you're trying to take away from children that are going up in life and trying to make a better living situation for themselves by trying to take away this field and this opportunity to be great. I feel as if this field can be a great this field could be a great stepping stone for us South Florida Technical College students and players in the future. And I mean, it's just temporary. It's not like it's going to be a longevity thing. I feel like the field is in perfect condition. I played there. I had a great time. And I hope you guys can put that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Further input from the public? Anyone else? Seeing none, public input closed. Very good. Commission discussion? Mr. Ketchum, you want to chime in?
Yeah, Russ Ketchum, Director of Environmental Services. The event that we're talking about, it was Hurricane Irma. I'm over the debris removal for the city for many, including that particular site. And as the manager said, it was open for a very short amount of time. The material that it brought in, because it was in the early stages, was vegetation. You are correct. In a long haul, you're going to have it mixed. It was not the case. Probably the most important thing I wanted to bring up is when we did close down that operation, we raked the entire property. That was by request. That was what we did by design. Not only did we rake it, we did it twice with various screening, and to the point of it went actually to the beach screening size rakes through there. It removed things that had nothing, rocks, everything. After that, then we sodded the entire field. So it's been sodded, it's been cleaned. So there is no debris from that event, I can assure you that.
Okay, thank you. I've got Vice Mayor, then Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you. I think you said Irma, which is also 9 years ago in September. So, yeah. So it's been a while. And when I read the agreement, it sounds like it's adults. This is an adult program, not a youth program. And it's not used for anything else this time of day, right? They're not displacing someone else that wants to use this field?
Correct. The South Florida Technical College has met with the Boys and Girls Club, and there's no conflict whatsoever, and they will not be on the fields at any time when Boys and Girls Club are in session.
Okay, because there's almost nothing I hate more than driving around our city and seeing empty fields. And I was at Kester Park at a baseball game over the weekend, and I had another mom say that to me too. She's like, there's never any kids on all of our fields. So you drive by youth sports complex, or you drive by Kester, which we've made sure it's unlocked so people can get out there. But our fields, for some reason, they're used at certain times, and at other times they're just not. So I love driving by a field and seeing people getting exercise, building community, having fun with each other, and that's what it is all about. And I'm guessing Parks and Rec probably feels that same way. So if they're not displacing anyone, there is no issue with debris or danger, and these are all adults anyway. I don't see an issue with it for a short-term arrangement for now. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins?
Thank you, Mayor. I do remember Hurricane Irma, and our city manager mistakenly dumped debris on that property. And remember, the neighbors were all over you, right? But we made sure that that area was cleaned up properly. And I don't know if anybody's noticed, but if you pass by there every day, the kids are playing there. And if the land was not properly cleaned, the kids wouldn't be playing there at the Girls and Boys Club today. So I would definitely have an issue with that. And when it comes to our children, we want to keep them, our young adults, we want to keep them as active as possible. And we're only talking about, what, 4 or 5 months?
Correct.
Just 4 or 5 months to give the kids or the young adults something to do. But I think it's safe for them to play there, especially if we have the younger ones there already. So if you pass by the Boys and Club almost every day like I do, the kids are out there in the sun, and I think it's safe for our young people to be there at least 4 or 5 months until we start developing the ultimate sports park. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fasick?
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure I address this briefly, because this is just using the park for practices. And
Correct.
And so in our backup, it does say that if there are any games and things like that, the appropriate fees would then be charged. So I just want to make sure that it's stated, since it was a concern, that it is stated that if there is that, then obviously
Correct.
appropriate fees would be paid.
Yes, if there's any games which probably wouldn't be played there, they would be played at one of our other parks, the appropriate fees will be charged.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Very good. Commissioner Smith?
Just want to thank you for confirming that it's a safe field. That was concerning to me when Ms. Jackson asked me about this. I'm glad that we've cleared that up, and I'm going to vote for it. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes, and I'm sure the entire area, Boys and Girls Club included, are so looking forward to the improvements there at Apollo Park. That's really going to be a wonderful thing. So the only thing is, my question is, I know because we have the football clubs, teams throughout the city, we have very strict rules. And do we know, how do we know that these are going to be adults and not kids?
How do we know that?
Yeah.
Just per the contract. We know it's the South Florida College, so we'll drive out there and take a look and make sure there's no kids and everything else, that we'll make sure that it's the college that's using the fields. We'll check
Right,
on
so,
it.
okay, and because it's adults, not children under 18, there's not the same protocol? In other words, the coaches aren't vetted through background checks or anything?
They may through the college, but it's not a requirement for us to have background checks on those coaches.
All right, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Excuse me, further commission discussion? So, Mr. Harrison, so, I mean, they've got the proper insurance, and we're going to be covered, so the city's not going to be liable for anything.
Well, each member of the adult teams will sign a hold harmless agreement with us. or they won't be able to play on the field.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Berman, that's adequate, correct? Would it be?
That's my understanding. Normally, if someone's running a football program with kids, they have to pass level 2 screening that's built into the contract. This was a license agreement to allow a college to use the field for their practices. So that's why that's not in the agreement.
This is just a takeoff from the McDougal Group that has been using this in this capacity, in this very same way,
Right.
since before I got here.
Right, that's correct.
Very good. I hear you. Okay. Any further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. Takes us up to our regular agenda. Item number 6 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a railroad reimbursement agreement between the City of Pompano Beach, the State of Florida Department of Transportation, and the South Florida Regional Transportation Authority regarding the grade crossing and crossing traffic control devices located at Northwest 33rd Street Railroad Crossing, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good evening, Mr. McCon.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission.
Rob, hang on one second.
Uh-oh.
So, while everybody's still here with the remarks that were made about us and the BSO officers, there's more to that story. This was not our event to give the BSO officers anything. It was BSO Sheriff's Office. And I'd like for Major Elwood to come up here and explain that. Put it on the record. That way we got that out of the way and it's clean. Okay?
Okay.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, there was a public speaker that expressed concern for our deputies not receiving awards. Just for clarification for the record, there was an award ceremony with the Broward Sheriff's Office. They received certificates and ribbons similar to that it's on my uniform right now. And that is sufficient for the awards they got. We're just very appreciative to share this with the community tonight that they received those awards, so thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate the clarification. Mr. McCon.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. Rob McCon, Public Works Director. The South Florida Regional Transportation Authority assessed the 3-track railroad crossing at Northwest 33rd Street and determined because of its poor condition, it needed to be rebuilt. This crossing is just south of the Pompano Beach Tri-Rail Station. Because Northwest 33rd Street is a city street, the city is responsible for the maintenance and repair costs of that crossing. The total cost is roughly $865,000, and it is very expensive. And typically, it's the railroad, and it's their contractor, it's their cost, and we have to pay. So that concludes my comments, subject to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Like your tone and mood is kind of how I felt when I read this. It was a little bit like, are you kidding me? We happen to own this. And what was the visibility of this? Did we know far out this was coming so we could plan for it? How long do we actually have to do it? Is there a way to, I mean, how unsafe is it? Is there a way to finance it and they'll pay them over time? I mean, is there anything to kind of mitigate this, because it's a big number?
It is. And actually, they do notify us. I think it was 2 years ago. And the problem is, I guess they don't understand our budget process. I think it's around this time of the year. I got notification 2 years ago, we need to come in and fix the railroad track. I said, well, we've just missed the budget cycle. Can you push it out a year? So they did agree to do that. But I think in the agreement even, it says, once we invoice you, you have 4 months to pay the bill. So unfortunately, we can't finance it or spread it out over multiple years. And it's, I don't know, we're getting railroaded.
Right, that's what it feels like. So they're coming in with their contractor and doing it and then billing us for this at whatever it takes to get it to the level they need it, or or desire it to be, but we pay for it.
Correct.
Are there other of these coming down the railroad?
Actually, there have been several more just recently in the last year on the other railroad track, because we have 2 tracks. We have to pay for both of them. On the FEC track, the Northeast 6th Street, Northeast 10th Street, and maybe Northeast 3rd / Northwest 3rd, all those had to be repaired. Roughly, they're a 2-track crossing, not as expensive, but about $150 a piece. So those have been done recently.
I'm sorry, Mr. McCall, you said $150 a piece?
I think you meant 1,000.
150,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can we get that contractor to do this work?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Are there any in the future, though? So those were just done. I guess I'm trying to size the risk going forward of us getting another one of these notifications for a surprise $1 million.
Well, yes, and then I was just thinking, when was the last time this crossing was repaired? I've been here, I think, now about 20 years, and it has not been reconstructed since I've been here. Atlantic Boulevard, within 5 years, it's been reconstructed twice. I don't know why. In some cases, it's more frequent. You know, they do the assessments, and you know, as long as the train can run safely down the track, you know, I guess they're okay. But recently, I have gotten a lot more complaints on the Northwest 33rd Street crossing. It has gotten to be a pretty rough crossing. So,
Okay, so this is something that we budgeted for?
oh, it is now budgeted for the FY27 CIP because we budgeted it 2 years ago, and then all these other crossings I mentioned, we had to pay those bills. So now that we know this cost, it has been put in the FY27 CIP program.
Thank you.
Very good.
Mayor.
Not really, but further, Commissioner Perkins?
Thank you, Mayor. So you're saying that the railroad track is in poor condition. And I would like to bring your mind and your memory back to maybe 20 years ago. We were complaining about 15th Street right down from Hopewell. And for 20 years, we could not get the city to repair that railroad track because the city kept saying it belongs to the county. And it was not until I got elected that I worked with Broward County Commissioner Mark Bogan. He and his office repaired the railroad track because they were willing to hang in there and fight until they got it done. And the city was not willing to do that, and it was in very, very poor condition, very poor. So we have a second railroad track there. It's in poor condition. When you go over it, it's not leveled. It's the railroad track that's supposed to be a quiet secret as to what is going to be done in the future in the Northwest. That railroad track needs to be repaired. So when you say poor condition, please consider 15th Street, which is owned by the county, and the railroad track needs to be repaired. And it's been that way for over 40 years, the second railroad track, 40 or 50 years or more. So you really need to look into that as well.
Right, and that track has no signaling on it.
Mm-hmm.
And some of that issue may be that is a private spur off to those warehouses, and maybe that's causing more difficulty, but I understand your concern. And
Yeah, because really, if you drive over it, it will damage your car. So we have to look at different ways of smoothing the roads so that it doesn't do a lot of damage to our cars. So yes, I think you need to look into that. But yeah, that track is utilized between 4 and 6 in the mornings. So there's not a lot of traffic when I hear it, coming through there. So if you would look into that.
Yes, ma'am.
We would appreciate it if we have to go back to, now he's Mayor Bogan. If we have to go back to Bogan again, we'll do that as well. We know he can get the job done. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick?
Thank you. Just a quick question. I know it was brought up that we've had the several repairs, Atlantic twice, then North 6th, 10th, and Northwest East 3rd as well. Have we received notice for any other ones? So this took like 2 years, and you were able to kind of have them it off for a year. Have we received notice for any other railroad crossing that there might be something coming down the pike?
No, not to my knowledge. However, for example, Copens Road on this track is fairly rough crossing. That's Broward County's track. So there may be something there that's happening. Same thing at Sample Road, that's FDOT. So they get the notification for those tracks because they own the jurisdiction for the road. So that may be happening, but not for the city to fund. So.
Are there any other crossings where the city, so that are not county or FDOT, that are the city crossings that we need to be aware of, or just kind of,
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Atlantic Boulevard.
Any
Atlantic, we've
further
done.
commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes, item number 7 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a piggyback agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and National Metering Services, Inc. to install new meters and backflow devices as needed, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good evening, Ms. Mohammed.
Renuka Mohammed, Utilities Director. The Utilities Department is requesting City Commission approval to execute a piggyback agreement with National Metering Services through the City of Zephyr Hills General Construction Services, RFP 2025-004, in order to provide supplemental water meter and backflow replacement services. The city's purchased approximately 19,000 replacement meters and backflow devices under the 2024 Water and Wastewater Bond Series to improve system reliability and meter accuracy. Shortly thereafter, National Metering Services was approved under Resolution 25-85 to assist with the meter replacement. At the time, National Metering Services worked with Utilities Customer Service Division to develop a specialized metering interface system to ensure integration within the city's billing and customer service systems. They were able to successfully replace approximately 3,600 devices. Since then, the agreement on the Resolution 25-85 has expired. In the interim, the utility staff have continued meter replacement in-house. To date, approximately 6,000 meters have been completed, with approximately 13,000 meters remaining. The proposed agreement will provide supplemental contractor support for the additional 5,000 or in the amount of 5,000 up to 7,500 meters and backflow devices on an as-needed basis, helping reduce the backlog, improve meter replacement timeliness, and maintain operational efficiency while allowing staff to focus on daily operations. There's a total of 933,437 in remaining funding available under the approved project. The approval supports the city's strategic goal in maintaining and enhancing the crucial utility infrastructure. That concludes my comments.
All right, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address to the record.
Marquise Smith, 1320 Northwest 24th Ave. I have a quick question in regards to the meters. So are these going to be the new meters being implemented, or they already been implemented? The new meters that they're talking about in, changing out.
Yeah, there'll be new meters, automatic, wireless meters.
Okay, have they already started the process, or they?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, with the new meters, she's saying that it's an accurate reading, because now when I get my water bill, I have estimate billing. So with the new meters, are they going to be accurate where it's no longer being estimated?
The estimating, that's a function, I'm not sure, the estimating is a function of the customer service.
Customer service, yeah.
Ms.
So if the meter is not working properly, yes, customer service, utilities customer service is providing an estimate based on your historical usage. With the new meter, once the new meter is installed, yes, you will get an accurate, true reading. And if there's a credit to the account, they will do this, so.
Okay, so I should see a difference in the water bill with the new meter?
Yes.
And when is that supposed to go in effect?
So they're rolling it out by cycles in the city. So it depends if we get a list from customer service of meters that are not working. Those are priority replacements. in-house right now for us. So we take them by cycles because they have to do billing. So it all depends on the list we get from customer service.
Okay, and would they notify the residents that their current meter is now updated and it should be an accurate reading at this point, moving forward in the next billing cycle?
So if there's an estimate, they usually let you know it's an estimated billing for it. If we or our contractor come out there to do the replacement, there is a notice that is placed for the customer.
Okay.
That the meter has been replaced.
And moving forward, that it would no longer be any more estimated bills?
Correct. And there's also a portal that each customer could sign up to take a look at their usage, if there's any leakage and anything of that sort to monitor.
Okay, so is it would you have to call the water utility bill to see when your particular meter is gonna be put out, or has it been changed, or?
Like I said, we get a list from customer service based on their billing cycle.
Okay.
So once they provide us the ability to go into a cycle, then we notify the customers for the replacement.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Further input from the public? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record. Sorry, can you pull that closer?
I can. Is that good?
Okay.
Ashley Luzick, Highlands, Pompano Beach. I have a question for you. So my water is connected through different services, and like I just got a trash barrel. I tried to get it paid, so I couldn't pay it through one company or another. So when that estimate comes, who is actually, is that all of District 2? Because I was put on hold.
If you're in there's parts of the city that are handled by Broward County, perhaps that's, because this only pertains to Pompano Beach
only
water customers.
So Pompano Beach handles my water. How would I know that when I get my new?
If you're serviced by Broward County, it would be through, the meter would be through Broward County, but we're not talking about residents that are served by Broward County. This is only for residents that are served by Pompano Beach Utilities.
Very confusing.
And Ms. Mohammed, Broward County, they bill the customers directly.
Direct,
So
yes.
they would know by the bill that they get. If it's from Broward County and you make your check payable to Broward County, that's Broward County services you. Otherwise, it's the city of Pompano Beach.
I just paid my trash bill to Pompano.
Your trash?
Yeah, I ordered a new trash bill because one was broken. And then I
Okay.
jumped through.
And if it would be, so if it's through
is
the
it this
county, then you
thing
do
with
it through the
water now?
county. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, ma'am, what was the question? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Will it be the same with the water now?
No. They can be separate. The trash is handled through the city for the entire city. The water is handled in the northern section of some areas through Broward County. The trash is still handled all by Pompano.
But it all comes on the same bill.
Broward County bills the water and sewer separately.
The
If you're-
trash is on there.
Do you get,
Removal,
do you get bills from Broward County?
Broward County.
Yes, so Broward County, they bill their own system. The trash, that's Pompano Beach. We bill that.
Is there?
If you give me your address, I could take a look into it, if you'd like.
Okay, I go to you after?
Yes.
Or I'll walk over there now?
If you want to, yeah, you could write it down for me.
I'm just saying, like, this was the single most confusing thing. Like, I told everyone, it will go into collections because no one wants to take my money. It was crazy, so if you're putting new meters in, that's a concern, right? Because I've been here since '97. I just was wondering if something was gonna change on my bills because this was like a three-ring circus.
Yeah, well,
We could research it for
get
you.
with Ms. Mohammed afterwards and
I'm sure I'm not the only one having this problem.
and we'll figure it out, but if it's a Broward County issue, we can also make sure you get in touch with the right people at Broward County to get it solved. I mean, we're still your city, but Broward County, they handle some of the water and sewer department for some of our residents, but we can intervene and try and get things straightened out.
You know on the bill, it says waste, water, sewer. It says all those, right? Like, but when you try to get a hold of one to do something, they're like, yeah, no. Not happening.
Well, it's, like I said, it's,
4 hours on the phone.
I'm sorry, ma'am, it's Broward County, sometimes I can't answer for Broward County, but we will do what we can to try and help the situation. How's
Can we
that?
all check into this? Like, because that's like 4 hours on the phone you can't get back.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
No? Okay, I'll come to you.
Yep, if you give me your address.
Okay, very good. Further input from the public. Please come forward.
Jocelyn Jackson, before I talk about what I need to ask the question, what happened to all these mores that y'all telling us, the residents, before the city go into contracts, any other contracts, moral turpitude, integrity stands, when you doing business with people that got open charges, felony charges? What happened to all that big talk that y'all was talking about earlier? When you was talking about city manager, that he's not being discreet, who we get into bed with. So the day is the day, and it was embarrassing because you say one thing and you do another. But you done signed a contract with somebody has open felony charges for fraud and scams.
Miss Jack,
Okay, I'm gonna stick to the right here.
Miss.
Okay. Next thing, the digital sewer meters. They digital, correct?
So they are water meters, but we use the water reading to calculate the sewer reading from the meters.
Correct. And you have here with the backflow devices.
Yes.
'Cause we have to pay for we have a company that comes out with the backflow that service a lot of the units. I own apartments.
So yes.
So with the backflow devices, so you guys install them as well.
So we do the residential, we install, for this program, we are installing residential devices, but backflow devices under the state of Florida must be tested and recertified annually. So we do have a company that sends out the notices to customers, commercial, multifamily customers, letting them know that they have to recertify their device annually.
Right, because I know I had to recertify a couple of my units this term. And also what would help the elderly people, they struggle when it comes to their meters. So do you have anything, and I see this a piggyback, so the piggyback is with which company? And piggyback means the people who's listening, it means a company that was already in place that the city used prior, is that correct? Okay, tell me what the piggyback is right here.
A piggyback is a company, a piggyback refers to a company that has already gone through a bidding process,
Right.
perhaps, outside Broward County or within Broward County, but we are piggybacking on their procurement process. That's what that means.
Only procurement process in this position, right here.
Correct. In other words,
Right.
they went through the bid process in some other locale, and they were rated the #1 firm. So we're allowed by state law and local ordinance to piggyback on that.
Okay, that's for this situation here, because
Correct,
sometimes
yes.
a piggyback, when use a company prior, and you're bringing them back to do the same services.
If we bring a company back for the same service, that's an extension of the contract that we already had with them. That's not what this.
Okay, so they don't have to go through the procurement department if they come back.
If it depends upon the contract. Some contracts
Right.
are renewable, some contracts
that's
aren't. This particular contract we're talking about was a piggyback that, it was bid someplace else, so we're utilizing their procurement time and effort and money to benefit our residents.
Okay, so with this new operation that's supposed to start when?
So remember, this company started before with us. Their contract expired, and now we are going into a new contract, a new piggyback contract. So in the meantime, we have been doing the process in-house, so the process is ongoing. We just need some supplemental help, so we're bringing in a contractor to help us speed up the process on the meter changeouts.
Right, so we already used them before.
We have used them before.
Right, and we bringing them back now.
We're bringing them back to assist us, yes.
Right, okay, I'm just looking out for the elderly people of age. We need to find a system to help them understand, because when you speak of computers, a lot of the elder people is not computer savvy, so we can kind of structure something for them.
So this,
this helps the utility. This is to have the meters be read electronically.
Right.
The new meters are electronic meters. It communicates electronically. It sends the reading over to our customer service. And the process is the same on the back end for the customers. They receive their bill with their usage. That's it. Nothing is changing on the customer front.
Okay, because a lot of them struggle with reading their meter, and they don't understand it. So I just want something simple
Very
for
good.
them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further input from the public? Please come forward. Careful now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brandy Zabadal, Pompano Beach, Highlands. How are you? I just have a question because in District 2, we're very special and our water does come from Broward County. Will we also be getting new meters on behalf of Broward County? It's very nice to be the stepchild of Pompano Beach, but I'd also like to ask for services as well because I hear all the amazing things and congratulations on your water, but we don't receive services. So will we also be receiving something?
Ms. Satin, that'll depend upon Broward County.
Okay, so you guys don't advocate for District 2 in that way?
Yes, absolutely, we sure do.
So is there a conversation with Broward County Water?
Is there an issue with the meters in District 2?
I have heard, yes, there is.
Well, you've heard? Well,
As the president of the Civic Association, I do talk to my constituents quite a bit.
Look, I've gone to bat for Broward County water users throughout my term in office. So, yeah, anytime there's a problem citywide, just let us know, and we'll go to bat for the residents.
So is it our responsibility to
If there's a problem,
speak with Broward County directly, or do we typically bring that up with you guys?
you can bring it up with us. We'll intervene with Broward County. That's fine.
Awesome. This is me bringing it up. So I was just wondering, what is the process? And
If you've got an address, I'd be happy to look into it for you.
I have quite a few addresses. I'll follow that up tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mayor?
Trying to answer the questions, that's all.
Mayor?
I'm sorry. Commissioner Perkins, I'm sorry. What was that?
I said, every time she walks up to the mic and she make a statement, you have a way of talking to her as though you want her to go away. Am I the only one that?
Yes, you
know?
are.
He engages, normally
Because
he doesn't.
He does that all the time when you walk up, so obviously there's an issue, right?
Thank you, Commissioner Perkins.
You're very welcome, anytime.
And no, I have no issue with anyone. I was just trying to answer the question.
We just want you to be
I
fair.
was trying to answer the question.
Just.
I was trying to answer the question
Right.
and get to the focus of what the issue was. That's all. Trying to
Mayor.
solve problems. That's what I'm doing. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Thank you, thank you. Ms. Mohammed, I believe you worked for Broward County Water. Did you not prior to coming to Pompano?
No, did not.
Oh, I thought because you were doing the water board that you were with Broward County.
No, I was previously with the town of Davie, and I am
Davie.
a member on the technical advisory board for Broward County.
Okay, and a lot of the meters in District 2 have been changed. Broward has changed them. They have a schedule. If they're not working, they get changed. And if there's a problem, reach out to Broward County, or as the mayor said, send an email to city and we'll help you if you aren't able to reach out yourself. Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public on this item? Seeing none? Last, public input closed. Commission discussion. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions. Many times when we see a piggyback contract or a renewal, there's some sort of cost savings sort of received or attributed to the benefits of a piggyback. Do we have sort of an idea of what we're saving by continuing this contract?
I don't, off the top of my head, I would say that this is not necessarily a cost savings to us with regards to the pricing. This is one of the only labor contracts within the state of Florida that's available right now. The cost savings, I think, comes in for us on the back end, because if the meters are not working, there is no revenue to come in. We are estimating meters, which we are estimating usage for customers, which again, we are trying to get away from that. We want an accurate read so we can bill the customer accurately. Since we have previously engaged with this contractor, we have expended funds to build the interface already. That was close to $10,000. We are also being charged communication fees on these meters. We have expended close to $270,000 to date. So these meters they need to be put in the ground. So this is a process of expediency to get these meters in the ground, to get them operational, to get the usage out of them. So this is why we are moving in this direction. When I take a look at the price comparison between the previous contract and this, yes, there is a cost increase, anywhere from 25 to 30% on the meters. The price point of the contract is a little bit elevated because we are also doing the backflow devices, which is a requirement of the state for the residential meters. The thought process is to bring them in and have them focus primarily on the residential meters at this point. The utility will continue in the background doing larger meters as needed through the process. So the savings for us is really on the back end to get the meters in the ground, to get them functional, rather than have them sit on the shelf right now.
Okay. I know you mentioned earlier about quality, like a quality assurance or quality, they're annually tested.
Those are the backflow devices.
Backflow devices. Okay, so is there a process, who manages ensuring that these are working correctly? Because I know I've received quite a few emails related to water meters and costs and bills, et cetera. So I just want to make sure is that part of this company's contract?
So this is for the meters, the installation of the meters and the backflows on the residential. The public comment that we had for the other types of devices, the commercial devices on the backflow, those have to be recertified annually, and that is done by any licensed plumber to be able to do that. The utility gets the certificate that it's been renewed, that everything is working properly. If for whatever reason the backflow fails, we get a notice, the customer gets a notice that a replacement has to be done.
Okay, thank you.
So there's a process that we go through. We have to certify annually with the state on the number of devices we have.
Thank you. And then I guess with piggyback contracts, and it's important to this, and this is more general than it is specific to your item, but when we have piggyback contracts, is this something that, was blessed by our procurement department in terms of what does that process look like? Are we circumventing our procurement director, or are we just what is the process that goes through?
So I will speak specifically to this when we came into this contract, or when we were vetting contracts. I mean, we took a look at other contracts, but like I said, we had already invested in the integration platform with this. So it didn't make sense to go back and select another vendor, because then that would delay the entire process, because to build the interface would take at least 3 to 4 months. And unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of that time right now in utilities when the metering system is failing. But on a piggyback agreement, yes, we would do the first vetting as the using department, and then we would put it through to procurement, and they would go through and continue that process to get us to a contract to be able to present to you.
And the reason I'm asking that is specifically, so you mentioned that there was $270,000 in communication.
So that's on the meters itself.
The meters themselves.
So,
Is there, if let's say years down the road, we decide that we want to try to negotiate the contract ourselves, because like you mentioned, there was a 25 to 30% increase. Is that system something that we can basically, without a massive investment, use if we were to renegotiate, even if we were to use with the same?
So in the future, so there's a lifetime for all of these meters. At whatever point in time that lifetime materializes, yes, the utility should be able to go out to open competitive bid and solicit for a metering program, and possibly for also install at the same time. Yes.
And when was the last time, I know that these are new meters, but when was the last time we as a city, if you know, went to competitively bid this type of project?
So my understanding is that the utility reselected under a sole source for this current replacement that they're doing.
So you don't know when the last time?
I don't know. I would say this meter, the old metering is probably anywhere from 15 to 16 years, and they went back with the same manufacturer under a sole source.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Ms. Mohammed, just in response to Commissioner Fessick's question about the piggyback and how we save money there. And you indicated, well, it's really on the back end. Isn't it also on the front end because we don't have to go out and bid the project?
For us right now, for the actual labor cost,
No. I'm strictly talking about the piggyback of the contract. If we had to go out and bid the contract ourselves, would that cost us more money?
it probably would, yes, because it's.
Okay,
it's
thank you.
It's
Thank you.
cost,
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you. That's, okay, thank you. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Fessick.
Mr. Harrison, could you please let me know how much it would cost to bid out a project, roughly? You're talking like a couple $100 bucks?
Sorry.
How much would it cost us as a city to bid out a project through our procurement department?
I don't know. I would have to get that broken down.
Does somebody here know how much it would cost roughly? I mean, I'm not asking for specific dollars. I'm just saying a ballpark would be fine.
I don't think there's a cookie cutter way to answer your question. Are you talking about if we were to bid this particular project out?
No, not this particular one, but I mean, let's use it since it's an agenda item. But so many times, the reason why I'm asking this question is so many times when we're up here, if there's any sort of questions answered, it says, well, how much would it would cost us more money to bid it out? And the thing is that we have a procurement department for a reason. And I just want to know, when we're talking about how much money is being spent, I just want to make sure we're clear from management, roughly, ballpark. I understand that certain items will have a certain cost and some might be higher. But on average, for something like this, what is the cost or assumed cost for bidding something of this nature?
First of all, it's obvious that if you can purchase through a piggyback arrangement, that it's going to be more economical to use that vehicle than it would be if we were to go separately with all of our staff and everyone involved.
Except in this situation where it's 25 to 30% increase. But I just have a question about that one particular procurement. And Mr. Bosworth, you might maybe know this, just a ballpark, so that I'm just curious. What are the requirements? Or is it advertising? Is that what we're talking about? Sending out an email?
So I will say this on, to Mr. Harrison's point. When we look at contracts, if it's feasible to piggyback or not, this contract was put in place last year. So cost savings on labor for us compared to going out to bid now, that we would expect, okay, from the previous contract in '24, we did see a markup anywhere from 25 to the 30%. If we go out to bid now, we would see another probably 25 to 30% off of that price. So it also depends on the entity, and again, usually there is some savings in the quantities that we see. If we will go out to bid, there's a timeline project, is to prepare a bid specifications, to send it to procurement, to legal, to go through the process. Then it goes out to bid for 30 to 45 days. Then it has to go through a recommendation process, the committee recommendation, and then it has to come back. But through all of that process, if we're looking at something that was awarded, like I said, a year before, like this specific contract, there is cost savings compared to what we think we're going to get now.
Right. And look, I'm not trying to give you or this particular thing a hard time. I just want to make sure that so many times we hear the same thing over and over again, and I want to make sure that it's clear that sometimes it is a benefit to use a piggyback agreement, and sometimes it may or may not be. And I just want to know what the cost and the time looks like on an average basis. That's where I was going, that apparently our city doesn't know. Thank you.
Yeah. Like I said, for us, if we had to go out to get a new contract right now for this specific service, it would probably take us anywhere from 6 to 8 months. Okay. And because the system is failing, this is something we have to take into consideration along with the prior work that has been done in order to get us over here. Okay. But utilities, we do try to take a look holistically at everything that's out there. And if it's something that we can go out to contract for ourselves, if it's a benefit to us, then certainly. We are part of what is called the Purchasing Co-op of South Florida, where all utilities come together as an entity to be able to solicit services. This is just a very unique case where, again, we have to go out and, because we have a metering service that is in need of replacement.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And like I said, for clarity, I'm not trying to discount any of the hard work that you've done. My concern is, and I agree, in some cases procurement can be.
It depends on the contract.
It can be less of an easy process. But The reason I bring this up is simply because when we're looking at budget and tightening all our belts on everything, I think it's important for us to know and for the public to know so that when they have come to have a comment or may have a comment or thoughts that what does that process look like for us as a city, and where can we start to show that in the backup, what the costs would be? So if we're going to say it's going to cost us more, is it the cost of advertising? Is it time, labor, et cetera? We need to know what that looks like. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Hart?
Yes. Item 8 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a First Amendment to the Agreement for Transportation Services point-to-point between the City of Pompano Beach and Circuit Transit, Inc. to expand the microtransit service area, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Lance.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, Jeff Lance, Parking Manager. The item before you this evening is an amendment to our agreement with Circuit Transit, which was executed originally on January 26th of this year. The intent of this amendment is to expand and offer point-to-point transportation services further west to include a greater number of residents and visitors. It's important to note these rides would be free of charge, and there would be no need for individuals to pay for parking if they use the service getting to the beach. Initially, this will be a pilot program, and these services will be offered Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And the goal of this expanded program is to reduce traffic and demand for parking on the barrier island. There will be no charge, as mentioned, for these rides. And with your permission, I have a brief presentation that would maybe make this a little more clear.
Okay, go ahead.
So we'd like to implement this pilot program serving neighborhoods to the west of our existing routes, as mentioned, focused on providing access to the fishing village for those residents and minimizing the impact to the limited parking at the beach, increase more convenient access for these residents, reduce single occupancy vehicles, and to offer greater equity throughout the community. These vehicles will be 100% electric, and this service is an app-based on-demand shuttle service. I have a little better picture of the zones here on my next slide. This would be point-to-point, short-trip transportation. Again, it's on demand. We like to focus on seniors and residents that are not currently available to this service. The vehicles will be available to be wrapped for branding opportunities, which could offset our cost somewhat. Initially, we're recommending 2 EVs, 2 electric vehicles, and I'll give you an example of those in just a moment. This is a little better picture of what we're planning to do. What you see in blue is our existing service area. What you see in green is our planned expansion. Again, we will be using some park and ride locations in the green area, which I'll show you in the next slide. Again, this will be point-to-point service, so from the green area directly to the beach, or it could go the other way, directly from the beach, if you live that way. Go straight out to to one of our areas in the green here. Our park and ride locations will be the lot directly across to the north east of First Baptist Church, and then you obviously recognize at the bottom that's City Hall. Again, this will be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday initially. And the vehicles that we have selected would be the VW ID Buzz and the Ford E-Transit van. Ford E-Transit van obviously would be for a greater number of people or those folks that have a lot of beach gear to take down to the beach. Service hours will be, that's actually incorrect, it'll be 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. And We'll operate 33 hours a month in our existing contract. I will monitor these reports very closely every month, and circuits reports are very detailed, so we'll be able to keep an eye on wait times, focus on where the demand is coming from, and again, this is a starting point. May look entirely different after we get 2 or 3 or 4 months of data under our belts, but this was our timeline. We met with each commissioner. We're giving the contract, obviously, today to you to review and approve, hopefully. Next will be, hopefully, within 90 days, we'll be able to implement and go live with this service. We'll continue to look for grants to help us with this process, but currently it'll be paid, all services will be paid here by the Parking Enterprise Fund. And again, this is, let's call it phase 2. Certainly phase 3 could go deeper west or in other areas, just depending on the demand. That concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussed. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I know I've been talking about this for a while and pushing on this circuit expansion. Every time you talk about it, I say, are you coming to some of the neighborhoods west of Federal? Because those are big users of the beach, and we are big users of all the assets in the city there. So we, in those neighborhoods, pay a lot in what I call taxes to park at the beach. And we obviously have some parking issues, especially on weekends and holidays at the beach. So I think this is a good pilot project. I like the flexibility of it for us to, we're taking a first stab at it, and we've talked about this a bit, but we need to see what happens and get some data in order to see if we rolled it out in the most effective way possible. So I think it's a good start. I think people are going to be excited about this. It is point to point, so you can call for a ride and get dropped off at the beach, and you don't have to park your car and pay parking rates or a circle to find parking or park too far away that you don't want to schlep all your stuff from wherever you park to the beach. So I do think it's time to give this a try to help alleviate the parking problem and to serve these residents who pay a lot in taxes to park at the beach, in my view. So thank you for working on this, and I do think that depending on how this goes, we should look at it in other parts of the city too. The circuit's always been in District 1 and at the beach, and you can get up and down the beach, but they're the people that also live at the beach. So I think it's better, and so they're not going to be parking at the beach as much. So this should do more to alleviate that issue. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fesick.
Thank you. Yeah, I have to say I'm excited to see this. I remember our meeting, and I think there's a lot of opportunity here as well. One thing I will say that I want to thank you for hearing when we did have our meeting was, you mentioned that there's opportunity for branding sponsorships through the city to help kind of impact or offset potentially some of the costs associated with that. Do we have any idea what that might look like?
The branding?
Right, the sponsorships or the branding, what sort of financial impact that might come back to sort of offset the 269 or whatever?
Currently, we're guaranteed, I believe, 50%. 50% from any advertising revenue.
Fantastic. Great. And then I just wanted, my other concern is actually related to Old Town. So we had a lot of lengthy conversations about parking at Old Town, and I don't want to revisit that, but are we okay with not impacting some of the businesses, or do we think that this might actually be a boon to help bring businesses, so after the day at the beach, they might actually spend money and time in Old Town?
Yeah, the latter, I think, actually. If you live at the beach, the service runs both ways. So if you live at the beach and you've been waiting to try one of the restaurants in Old Town, or you need to get to City Hall or Cultural Arts Center, that's exactly what this can do. So it runs both ways.
Great. Yeah, I think it is a great opportunity, and I know that in many other instances we have tried things and seen how the reaction was, and sort of made changes as needed.
We will.
I think that I would have to agree that I think the next step obviously is to continue connect the city, since parking is obviously a premium, to connect the city through as much opportunity without cars as possible through rideshare like this. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and kudos to our forward-looking planners. We have a transportation corridor overlay, wanting to hook the east to the west and everything in between. We're mandating that we have transportation drop-off, Ubers and the circuit and the like, and in all of our new development. Also, I hope we can really write some grants to offset the taxpayer dollars that this is paying for. While it's wonderful, it is not free. It's taxpayer dollars that are paying for it, right?
Parking
But
fund.
I do think it's I do think it's a wonderful thing for our residents. It's been successful, and I'd like to see it expanded. Maybe someday we'll get it in District 2 as well, which might be nice. But like I say, I hope we can get additional grants, but it is a great thing, and I really want to thank the planners and the forward thinkers in the city when we're dealing with transportation and congestion and parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, one point of clarification. Parking Enterprise Fund will be funding this.
Very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Well, I think you heard from the commission. It's a great first step. I know it's not the first step, but great next step.
Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Hart?
Yes. Now, I just want to do a quick poll of the commission. Should we take a 10-minute recess or continue through?
No.
I'm seeing a head says yes, so if anybody needs a break, then we all get the break. 10-minute recess. Thank you. We'll be back at 8:22. this Pompano Beach City Commission meeting back to order after our brief recess there. Thank you for that. That takes us up to item number 10, discussion and consideration item for the annual performance evaluation for Mr. D.C. Kiemba, internal auditor. Sonego.
Yes, Lisa Sonego, Human Resources Director. This item is for the Commission to review and discuss performance and any related merit pay. Merit pay would be retroactive and awarded effective December 21, 2025, if one is awarded. All employees, including the 4 officials that report to the Commission, received a 3.5% COLA on 10/1 for this fiscal year. The 4 officials have received either 3%, 5%, or 0 merit increase in the past few years, effective on their anniversary dates. The current pay for the city auditor is at the 75th percentile of the 4 internal auditors that are employed in the regional comparison group. DC has provided the annual audit report and his achievements for review, and I'm available for any questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. All right. Who'd like to start it off?
I will.
Commissioner Perkins.
Well, I don't see DC very often, but whenever I call him, he gets back with me in a timely manner. He's very good at breaking down audits so that I could understand it. I'm not one for numbers, but letters. So I really appreciate all his work. I think he does an outstanding job, and I'd like to make a motion that he gets a 4% increase.
I'd second that. Okay. Very good. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes, and I also want to say that it's very important. Not every city has their internal auditor, and I think it's a very important element of our staff and our city as a whole. It keeps us on the straight and narrow, and we've had all these stellar audits over the years, and I think TC's been a part of that. So thank you.
Definitely. I mean, I have to agree with that. DC really has been a big part of that. If you think about it, the way he operates, he doesn't wait until there's an issue. He is proactive in reviewing the operations of the city, and he gets out there and works to improve our processes so that we don't have issues with our external auditors. So he really is an integral part of what has made this city successful for years. And thank you to him, and I mean that in all sincerity, DC, you know that. But yeah, it's absolutely true. He keeps us on the straight and narrow, but he doesn't go out there and do gotcha audits on the city, although he's uncovered stuff, but he's more engaged in trying to make the city a better process, and that prevents problems. So yeah, kudos to him. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I do think DC does a good job for us. I have a different mindset on raises right now. We spend a lot of time up here talking about budget issues. I mean, we had the Yuletide Parade presented to us as a $13,000 potential loss. And if we're going to be that punitive on the residents, I think, like I keep saying, the first place we need to start is internally. And I think this is not the time to be giving out raises to our employees who are very fairly compensated for the work they do. So I'm not going to support a raise this year. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. So I actually had a question just for clarification. According to our charter, the city internal auditor serves, I guess, Mr. Berman, does the internal auditor then answer to the city manager or to the city commission as a whole?
Berman?
He answers to the city commission.
Okay. Is there, and the position was created that way historically through the charter, where we have a relationship with DC individually and as a whole, correct?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can you go closer to your mic? I don't know what the question was.
So the internal auditor then answers directly to the commission, and we have a relationship with, for example, we have a relationship with you, we have a relationship with Kervin, we have a relationship with the city manager and our city auditor, correct?
That's correct. We report to the city commission. We're appointed by the commission, but we also work with managements and other staff.
Right. Okay, is there any sort of requirement that the city manager has, like aside from working together, in the spirit of working together, is there any sort of requirement that the city manager would be made aware of any conversations that I might have with you, or I might have with Kervin, or I might have with DC?
I don't know if there's a requirement. It may require, the conversation itself may require that information be shared, depending on the context of the conversation. There's nothing that I'm aware of in the code that says when someone talks to someone, they have to let someone else know. But there are times when there are conversations that bring up facts that other staff needs to know about it in order to look into something or be made aware of something or look out for something. So, you know, it's such a general question. I'm not trying to be to avoid it, but you know, there are times when if you said something to me about, or someone said something about, maybe to the city manager about the city attorney needs to do something. Maybe the manager would say to me, hey, the commission's looking for this from you. I mean, that's what we do when we work together.
Right, and generally in those situations, you would copy one or all of us in that to make sure that we're all aware of that.
I would hope.
Right, okay. So I want to start this off with just basically, I want to first of all say DC has been amazing in terms of, I have had, I guess, you know, last year I wasn't able to really kind of go full in, but I went my first year and I was nervous about budget season. So I, well in advance, back in like March or so of 2025, I marched my little butt into his office and I had a laundry list of questions for him, and I asked him, I told him, please take your time, and but please walk me through this like I'm a kindergartner. Like, it's my first time doing budget season. I really would like just to make sure I understand where I can find the information and what there is so that I can be well prepared. And I want to say that I told him he had, you know, plenty of time to get it to me. He got the information to me in such a timely fashion, and he answered all of the questions I had. Like, that he actually helped me to understand how to interpret the mess that is sometimes, you know, very confusing if you're coming into it blind. So I first want to say thank you to him, and I think he does a great job. The reason for my question is, Mr. Harrison, do you or have you instructed or directed any staff, or specifically DC, that he should provide you with something that any elected official or commissioner requests information that you need to be provided that conversation as well?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So, okay, so have you in the past, or do you currently, required our internal auditor, who is our employee, I guess, to inform you if any of us have a question for him?
I don't require our internal auditor anything, period.
Are you aware that staff may be forwarding some of our internal communications to our consultants and other staff members?
No, I don't know.
Okay, so
I'm not with you. Can you give me an example of what you're talking about?
I'm just asking in general. So I would like to know.
It's very general.
It's very general, I know. I'm going to make it very specific. So on March 24th, 2025, one of DC's emails that was provided from him to me as per, and honestly, I would have never known about this had it not been for my massive public records request for all of the RMA emails. So it was in part 4, if anybody wants to go dig for it. In part 4, on March 25th, 24th, 2025, around 4:53 p.m., DC provided me, and only me, with an email that had all the answers to all my questions. And again, thank you, DC. Shortly thereafter, that email was forwarded, and I'm not sure how, but it was forwarded by Ms. Sybil, who then forwarded it to quite a few other people, including Kim Briesmeister, including Sarah Mulder, including just basically other staff members. And I actually do have a copy of the email on a flash drive, just in case you wanted to see it, so because I couldn't print it, I left it, couldn't print it in time. But my concern is that in those other emails, one, I want to know how that internal communication was received, and then why it was forwarded, because this is a trust relationship with our staff. These are the people we go to when we have questions and we have concerns. And as a charter employee, I also have, I have it printed off somewhere, I do have a specific email where it was asked that if, by you, and I will pull the date and everything, my computer crashed and I couldn't retrieve it in time. It was asked of you that if anybody has any questions or concerns, there's on the commission or an elected official, that you are immediately notified, so you're made aware of any of our requests. I am not comfortable with that as an elected official who has the ability to rely on staff members that are very well qualified. If I want to go talk to Mark about something and keep it between us because I'm actually asking for his legal opinion, then I expect that he doesn't need to come back and report to you unless I ask him, hey, would you please go get his opinion? If I want to ask you something, same thing. If I want to ask Kervin something, same thing. So I'm just wondering if this is unique to DC, or if other city employee or other employees, if Mr. Alfred or if Mr. Berman is also required to notify you.
You want to ask me that question? I'm sorry.
Sure, if you want to answer. I mean, I'm just.
I mean, I might be the best person to answer that.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm not required, I work with the city manager. I don't work for the city manager. If you ask me something and it's confidential, then we usually, work with you.
Right. And I appreciate that. So I just wanted to make sure I asked it because it was really, really unnerving to me that a lot of the things that we discuss up here in public, I found out through a public records request that information was being shared with some of the very people who actively work against us. So, Mr. Kiamba, I think you do a fantastic job at your job. I want to say thank you. You have been very receptive, and I am sorry that this was just one of those things, but it was one of those emails that I happened to see, so I apologize that I'm sort of using your review as this. But I do want to, that was one very large concern of mine, and I will tell you personally, if I do come to you, I don't care what Mr. Harrison says, I would appreciate sometimes would I ask you to stay between us. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Call the roll for what exactly? For the motion or for the?
Motion.
Commissioner Fezzik,
No.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Sigurdsson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
No.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Very good. Thank you, DC. Appreciate your services to the city. All right, takes us up to additional audience to be heard. There is, there is none, I'm sure.
None.
Very good. Next scheduled meetings, we got July 14th, 2026 at 1 p.m., a regular city commission meeting, excuse me. Followed by July 20th, 2026 at 9 a.m., a budget workshop. Followed by July 28th, 2026 at 6 p.m., a regular city commission meeting. All right, takes us up to reports. Mr. Harrison.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. J. Olson, would you please stand, sir? So, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, this is Mr. J. Olson. He is our interim building official.
All right, nice to see you. Very good. Big shoes to fill. All right. Like that confidence.
All right, and just a reminder, on July 3rd from 7 to 9 p.m., Music Under the Stars is going to have a special presentation, USA 250. And
Nice.
then the very next day, the July 4th fireworks spectacular down on the beach. So I just want to make sure that all of you get that on your calendars and enjoy.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Berman, City Attorney.
Thank you. No report.
Thank you. Mr. Alfred, City Clerk.
No report.
All right, moves us on to City Commission. Commissioner Fezzik.
Thank you. So I wanted to bring something up related to our parking situation. So obviously, as we've discussed at least briefly here today, our parking situation is not yet resolved. We have potential budget concerns and stresses coming our way with November. And we are still at a loss for parking. We obviously are going to need additional parking and come up with a plan. Despite what I've heard through the grapevine about what other people are being said that I said, I would like to clear up, let's just say, quote unquote, misinformation, and let everybody know exactly where I stand on this. After the meeting we had, I reached out to some District 1 businesses, and I had a meeting with them. At no point in time did I promise anybody anything other than the fact that I would look into a solution. I was doing a client needs analysis with them. What are your future parking needs? What do you think you're going to need? What do you need now? How are we meeting your expectations? How are we failing? What do you see for growth in the next year, next 5 years? What are the challenges that you're facing? These were some of the questions I asked them, and the responses I got were pretty harrowing, to be fair. There are a number of businesses that are affected in District 1 by the beach specifically, with not only seasonal loss of business, but also with parking and how things were promised or how things were delivered. So I also had questions related to what was previously promised, because if you go back to listen to the meetings, you'll hear several businesses and business owners came in and said that they were promised X, Y, and Z when they were talking about building out that fishing village and building out that business. So that was concerning to me too. I wanted to find out, what have we promised and can we deliver? Now I have to take that and apply our growth overall, where we see ourselves growing even further with approved projects that were approved well before I was elected, and so on and so forth. What sort of anticipated additional traffic, and of course with a lot of those facilities having mixed use now, having a retail component, or the W coming out of service, or the W going into construction, we will be losing a large amount of parking as well there. Now I know Mr. Lance has been actively searching for parking locations, and I know we've added a few. I know that we've added with Circuit tonight, even trying to add additional parking opportunities. I started doing, so that's one little bucket. Secondly, it never sat right with me during that same parking meeting that we had one of the contractors come in and explain that the pricing per spot, which was quoted as $40,000 per parking space, were built out, and that was giving a little, government bloat number and everything. It never really sat right with me that one of the vendors or proposed, one of the applicants had such a huge disparity in our cost of what that should look like. Then we look at space requirements and how it was pitched, how that RFP went out, who served on the selection committee, the spaces and what was planned in the future for that space, the multiple iterations of what that space looked like. And so the reason I'm saying all these is because it's not one easy, one thing, check it, check it, check it. This is an actual conversation that needs to be revisited, even though I know this had multiple iterations. So being that I like to research, I started researching. I started looking into what other cities are doing, including areas by the water, because one of the biggest issues we have in our current parking garage is we're having some issues with rusting, which if you live near the beach, you're familiar that everything rusts, and exponentially faster than you would come to expect. We've had multiple issues with our existing parking garage already from the get-go if you really go back and research it. We've had a lot of additional costs. So I wanted to try to find a solution that would get us some parking quickly, but also potentially find ways to try to eliminate that overall maintenance and long-term maintenance, and maybe even get us more spaces, parking spaces, with the limited amount of real estate we have. We're looking at 700 spots. So there is a company, so I revisited the old companies, and then I started researching, and there's a company based out of Miami called Park Plus. They do two different types of parking. They do rack and rail, which is an automated system, and it's basically very mechanical. I actually went down to go see these two facilities just because I wanted to see with my own eyes what they looked like and how they were run. They also do an automated, really high-tech computery version of robots and recharging. And but what the takeaway for me is that they're able to do a lot of these things, whether you use the automated system or you use a rack and rail, mechanical, tried and true, that you're able to get more spaces in a more compact area and for less cost. You reduce the liability for cars being hit, pedestrians being moved, because you're sort of removing people from that. So you don't have to drive up in a circle. You literally park it, it goes into a bay. You can have valet, you can have it be manned or unmanned. There's a bunch of different options. But I've had multiple conversations and asked multiple questions, and obviously I don't hold them or anything to this. I would have to go through any type of, this is just one particular company. Any particular company would have to go through our processes. But I just want to make sure that I said this in my reports because I know we need parking for our beach area, and I know we need to do the right thing for both the businesses and the residents who don't live in District 1, as well as those who do. Also, cost comes down to it. So instead of going all the way high-tech, right, which was with the robots, the rack and rail system, which is more mechanical. I've visited a facility in somewhere in Miami, somewhere in Sunny Isles, I think. And it's this massively vertical operation. What's interesting about this is that has been in operation for over 7 years. And it's because it's contained, it's self-contained, it's moderately, not necessarily air conditioned, but it's maintained and temperature controlled to an extent. You're able to get more spaces in there. I walked the different floors. I don't see any rust. And there's literally in a facility that is on the beach. It's a condo apartment building, one of the two, like a condo building that is actually on the beach. So when I first got, just said, what are we looking at? Like, what does this kind of cost to build out? I got initially the first little website form, it said pretty much assume $30,000 per spot at, just the baseline. And I said, well, whoa, time out. Our city said 40,000. I want to make sure we're doing things the right way. So I then asked about, part of the issue being we need more spaces, but we also, if we're going to pay for it as residents, we need to make sure that it's cost effective, and we need to make sure that it's the right thing, and we need to make sure that the future space of that Oceanside Park is honored with the residents as well, to potentially give back a park space or potentially even a community center of some kind. So without doing any of those things, the automated system, if you were to put, they figured they could, with the square footage, I had them just go look at the old RFP. With that same sort of square footage, they said they could get potentially 1,320 spots in there. And if the fully robot automated system came to about $67,000 a space. And this is like high tech, they charge, it's completely robot automated, Tesla version of automated driving kind of thing. Rack and rail system is a more budget friendly option. And their cost per space is approximately, when you do the math, approximately $34,090 a space, fully built. And so I would really like for us to look into maybe the potential of seeing if we can make more spaces happen in that same square footage, because when I've talked to other businesses, I know that the Sands was talking about, that their hotel overflow, we already have, there's some businesses there that have overflow. We talk every year about these parking needs for the businesses and for the residents. And so I want to make sure if we're going to spend money to build something, we build the right thing. So the way I'm looking at it, the way that I saw it now is basically, they said about 1,300 spots. That's almost double what we had. And so pretty much for the same 35 million, if you were to take it that number, we could get over 1,000 spots using a rack and rail system. So just food for thought. I'd like us to look into it. I'd like the city manager to look into it and our parking department to look into it if they haven't already. But and I'm happy to share, once I get back, I'll share with city manager the document that I did receive and just kind of which talks about, but it's the one company I did was look at, and there's more companies out there. So I want to look at seeing how we can maximize parking, because we do need parking. Secondly,
Commissioner, I'd be glad to take a look at what you've got.
Yeah.
We looked at that system several years ago, but be glad to update it and visit with you about what you've seen.
Okay, great, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so next, I just was during one of our meetings, during one of our breaks. I had an amazing meeting, and I want to say thank you to Mr. Rocco and his team. We had a great meeting for the air park, related to the air park, because I know that has been something that I have pretty much yelled and screamed about, with a lot of people in the district being affected by it. And so I did get a notification just recently that there was an update to the meeting. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get the meeting he wanted, the meeting recording that he had asked for, but he did share something with me that he's been working, and they were able, so additionally, they were able to, been working with a major university, and I think he just put something out there with the neighbors related to safety. Related to the lead levels that was the concern in safety, they've partnered with a major university to conduct lead testing for all communities, so surrounding our air park, and that'll get to the bottom of whether there's some issues. So I know with any of the flight patterns, so that goes for District 2, that goes for District 4, District 3, and of course District 1, to make sure that we are truly testing and making sure that it's safe where we are living and flying, and it's something that I think they're looking for some volunteers or donors or something like that but they're anticipating to be able to cover the cost so they can make sure that happens, and it's minimal. I'll get more information there, but I just want to say thank you for that meeting. It was very informative. There's a lot of questions still I think that we have, but I asked for a meeting and it did happen, and where credit's due, I want to make sure credit is given. Lastly, I want to talk about something that's disturbing. And I know it's an election year, so the games are afoot now that qualifying week is over. And don't want to come across as mean, although if it takes that, I will be that. For years, even before I even decided to run the first time, I have been approached by residents who said that they felt bullied by our city and or CRA for a number of things, and more specifically through some of our consultants. That it has come to my attention that bullying has continued. There are some people, property owners included, fearful because they have been visited by various members of staff or our consultants, or called and essentially told that they are supposed to support somebody else who aligns with the vision of the city. Anybody else, could be any of us up here. I'm pretty sure, Mr. Berman can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure even our consultants are supposed to stay out of our election process, correct?
Mr. Berman?
There's nothing in writing who should and shouldn't. The election process is for you. Staff stays out of it. Management stays out of it. Consultants should stay out of it.
Should, yes.
Unless something needs to be corrected.
Correct. Thank you. I have it on good authority that one of our CRA director made a visit to a property owner that had nothing to do with anything he should be dealing with, and so I'm a little bit concerned by that as well. I will get to the bottom of it. I have a public records request, but I want to make sure I put it on the record that one of the biggest things for me is, you know what, do things with intention and say what you're doing, but do not threaten. If you want to see Mama Bear, and I mean this, do not threaten the residents or the business owners. They're small businesses, and do not come at them and make them feel fearful and in general for having their own opinion, because they are welcome to it. And I don't care if that's for somebody supporting me or not supporting me or supporting any of you. I am absolutely not going to put up with or condone very publicly any staff member, consultant, anybody being nasty and negative to any of us, it's got to be a, you know, it is what it is, right? But it's got to be something where we don't have people showing up for no reason. No, Mr. Tran, you don't have to say anything. You
No,
can- so you
I
can
need
send
to
it in an
correct the
email.
record. I was not at any property.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
You said that
I
I
said that I
visited.
heard, and I just said I heard that you were visited.
No, I am
I also
correcting the
heard-
record that I did not visit a property owner and threaten anybody.
I didn't say you threatened. I said you visited. So because I was told that there were some visits made. I also take offense to some people being sent on behalf of other people, and so I don't know I don't know if that's true or not, but I will find out. Thank you. That's my report. Thank you. Commissioner Perkins said I should call names. And you know what? Until I have the proof, I won't do it. But I'm going to let them know the games need to stop. We're all grown-ups here, and we need to act like it. Thank you. And so,
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to stop talking. That's warning number one.
so with that said, I'd like us to all remember that we are grown-ups. We did. Mr. Alfred has sent us. We all signed something that says we'll be respectful, and I would like to see that continue, not just from the people who signed that agreement, but also from our city staff, consultants, and such. Okay. Moving on, I hope everybody had a great Father's Day. I truly appreciate a lot of the things that we have done. The beach rakers, I want to say thank you. I know that the sargassum has been crazy. Mr. Ketchum, I know I sent you multiple messages about some of the north and south areas that were experiencing a massive amount of seaweed, and I want to thank you for sending additional attention there. Overall, I want to say I'm very excited also that Mr. Morse and we were able to get that. There's a new adventure on the beach, if you will, celebrating our 250th anniversary of our Independence Day. So please do not climb on it. I'm going to give that little PSA. Please do not climb on it. It is not meant for that, and it is just simply like an ornament on the lawn. So please do not climb on it. It's not a rider. I'm very excited for Music Under the Stars coming up on the 3rd, and of course fireworks on the 4th. And Mr. Harrison, last thing, I would like to ask you again, just verbatim, can we expect your review to be on before our hiatus? Because this circumvention thing, I don't know if you got the memo from us or didn't, but I'm not okay with circumventing a traditional, Mr. Kiemba had to sit through this, and I feel like Mr. Alfred has to sit through this. Mr. Berman, he had to sit through it, unfortunately, too. But I would like to see that on our agenda before we go for hiatus, and preferably at a 6 p.m. meeting, because a lot of people have already said that 1 p.m. is difficult for them. So I'll ask you to please put that on the agenda. I'm not going to make it a vote. I'm just going to ask you. We've all asked several times.
And I have given all of you in writing the reasons why I am not going to go through these theatrics again.
Mr. Harrison.
I sent the evaluation papers to each one of you for you to fill out and give to the HR director. That's the process.
The process.
That I'm agreeing to.
The process is
I have
outlined.
a contract that says that I have the ability to mutually agree. And so we're at a
Well, we don't mutually agree on this, so.
Nope, but I do.
So, okay, so this is just, so we're clear, I want to make sure this is very clear for everybody who understands. The person who heads up our city, who directs all of our staff, who manages our city on a day-to-day basis, and is the largest salary for our city, is refusing to answer your questions and participate in an annual review that has been done every year since, I'm sorry, when was it? So you have done this every year, but you're choosing not to do it this time because you don't want to do it. Am I correct in that?
No,
You think that it's going to be theatrical?
I know it will be.
Why do you think it will be theatrical, Mr. Harrison?
You have got to be kidding me, Commissioner.
I am serious as a heart attack right now.
Yeah.
Why do you believe
Well,
it would be theatrical? Because that's the
Then
third
you
time
must not have been here last year when we did it.
I was definitely here.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you
So,
again,
I've answered the question,
second time.
and I'm sticking with my contract.
Okay.
So,
Secondly,
If you want to try to get my contract changed, make a motion, and let's see.
I'm
what
not going to
we
make a motion for anything related. I asked you politely, and I felt like that is what we have done for years, and it's what we should continue to do. I'm sorry, Miss. So it's not theatrical. It's just part of our due diligence, and every department head here has to report and do their annual review, has to go through HR. It's just a process. Secondly, I would like to ask specifically, where is the agreement for Mr. Harrison to be our executive director for the CRA? Where is that contract? Because I have not yet received that. It's just something that is added, so I'd like to see where that's budgeted for in our CRA budget and our city budget. I'd like to know where that falls.
Mr. Berman, can you answer that?
No, it's not his.
Sure. As far as I know, there is no contract or document appointing him because that's not how it was done. Originally, the CRA director was the city manager, and the commission served as CRA directors as well. At some point, an outside company, a private company, was hired as director of the CRA. At another point, a couple of years ago, I remember sitting in the audience listening, or I might have been up here. I was in the room, and that company, RMA, withdrew as director of the CRA. At the time, Mr. Harrison made the announcement and requested of the commission that he would serve as the director as he has in the past. And by affirmation of the commission, no one said don't do it, and he's been doing it for years. That's how the transition back to Mr. Harrison as director. There doesn't have to be a written document necessarily. He was at the meeting. Everyone agreed that he would serve as the CRA director. There are probably minutes that can be obtained that'll show this, but that's how it is. It doesn't have to have anything in writing appointing him.
Okay. Well, unless I have gone back and looked at the minutes, and so my concern is not necessarily that he agreed to do it, but that we don't have it allocated in our CRA budget for him as staff anywhere I can find. So I'm happy if that it does exist and has existed, please point that out to me, because those buckets, like everything else, needs to be shown that it's allocated resources are allocated in a certain way. So I would just ask again for that information. Other than that,
The general fund pays 100% of my salary. There's no CRA allocation towards my salary.
and how much time do you spend working for the CRA as executive director?
Oh, my goodness, a lot.
Okay, so that's an allocation that needs to be made in the CRA budget then. Thank you. All right, other than that, I just want to wish you guys a great weekend, and please come out and support the great holiday weekend we have coming up, and be safe. Please do not drive. I know that there are many opportunities available if you decide to go out and have and party. Please be safe and do so responsibly. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Commissioner. I only have one report to give, but you said something that concerned me about the airport. You mentioned something about lead levels, and that really concerns me. Red flags start waving, because I know how close the residential areas are to this airport. So if you could bring us back some information on that, I would really appreciate it. Okay, I only have one announcement, and that is I'm having a Northwest meeting in Pompano. When I say Northwest, that means you're welcome, District 1, District 2, District 3. The meeting is going to be held tomorrow, which is Wednesday, June 24th, from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the E. Pat Larkin Center. Present, we will have BSO to update us on some of the issues. Code enforcement will be present. Mario to answer any code enforcement questions. Cassandra Rhett will be present to answer any questions you might have with homelessness. And Russ will be present to answer any questions you might have with illegal dumping. So this is tomorrow, June 24th. Scott will be present from Parks and Recreation, and of course, Leonard Robinson, I think, oh, he's over there. Leonard Robinson is the director of Pompano Beach Housing Authority. So he will be there discussing Blanche Ely Estates, which is about approximately 19 acres where we're trying to place affordable housing. So anyone is interested to come out tomorrow, you're welcome. You're welcome. Even if you live in Collier City, even if you live in Rondas, it's from 6 to 8 p.m. So if you have any questions, staff will be available to answer those questions. And the reason I thought of this because I get so many calls, and I'm always calling Cassandra, I'm always calling Mario, so I want to position you all in those places where the public can come, the residents can ask you the questions. If we don't have enough time, they can pull you aside and talk to you on the side. But I encourage everybody to come, be a part, and I do have some special treats for everybody, and it's a little bit bigger than a snack. So all is welcome, and I look forward to seeing you, and especially BSO. BSO have a really good update to give the Northwest community, so we're looking forward to that. And with that, I'll see everybody on the 24th, June 24th, tomorrow, Wednesday, EPAT Larkins, 6 to 8 p.m. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, I'm going to be attending the Chamber of Commerce installation dinner from 6 till 8 tomorrow evening. Yeah, well, should have picked a better day. Thank you. So I just...
We won't miss you, baby.
Well, that's okay. I'm going to announce the Crest Haven Civic Association meeting on July 9th. It's the second Thursday of the month, every month. And we basically do the same thing. We have code and BSO come out. We talk about the community. We're going to have a special guest. We're going to have Abby AJ from the tax collector's office doing a presentation for us. And so we do this every month, so I won't be missing anything. So thank you, and I want to wish everybody a very happy 4th of July. Have a great time, be safe, and don't play with matches and fireworks if you're a kid, okay? We don't need any of that. All right, I just want to thank everybody. Have a great evening. That's
Very
all,
good.
Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
The best thing that happened in tonight's meeting is Circuit is getting closer to District 5. I'm happy about that. On Saturday, the Greater Collier City Civic Association had a scholarship award banquet. They do this every year. And 2 students that live in Collier City received scholarship and laptop computer, Connor Hughes and Leah Dennis, and congratulations to both of them and to the Greater Collier City Civic Association that is very diligent with making sure that students are taken care of and acknowledged, which was wonderful. The Costco at the pump is moving through the approval process for the project. They were approved by the Architectural Appearance Committee 2 weeks ago, and tomorrow night at 6, they will be coming to their first meeting with the Planning and Zoning Board. I plan to be there in attendance. They've made a lot of progress. Architectural Appearance Committee did a wonderful job. I think they had 4 different meetings, and they just kept progressing and progressing, and it looks good. It doesn't look like a Costco. So I know that you'll feel the same way that I do. I had a meeting on June 15th with City Management, BSO, and Phyllis Smith from the Collier City Civic Association, and we talked about homelessness, drugs, prostitution, and it was a wonderful meeting. Thank you to all that attended. There was a lot of talking back and forth, planning back and forth, and solving. They identified lighting issues, which are already being addressed. Environmental Services Patrols coordinating with BSO to work better together to identify homeless camps and drug locations. So it was just a wonderful meeting and good teamwork with everybody, and I thank you guys so much for doing that. In the Florida Department of Health in Broward County is going to be giving away swimming lessons. The vouchers cover the cost of enrolling your child on a swimming course, which includes 4 to 8 progressive swimming lessons or classes. No additional payment is required for the course. The voucher is a $200 voucher for ages 0 to 17, and you can get information for it and sign up for your voucher at watersmartbroward.org, watersmartbroward.org. Quote for tonight is from Anne Frank. How wonderful it is that nobody need wait a single moment to start to improve the world. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. We do have a busy July coming up, so I want to touch on a couple things so I don't forget. Happy 4th of July to everyone. The event at the beach is always phenomenal, and I'm sure it will be this year. So we hope to see you out there. I think our skate park will likely be opening at some point in July, so stay tuned for that announcement. That's my hope. So stay tuned, and that should be an exciting new amenity for the city and kids all over and adults. There's a big following. A lot of people very excited. So stay tuned on that. My monthly community meeting tomorrow is not going to happen because there are so many events, planning and zoning and the chamber event and Commissioner Perkins' event also, which sounds like a great lineup. So great job for organizing that for the residents. I do have a community meeting next month in July. It's not till July 22nd. And I will have Marty Kiar there, the property appraiser. And he is going to talk about property tax reform. He'll have representatives from his office there to help people sign up for homesteads or learn more about the homestead exemption. And it's at 6 p.m. at the American Legion. So Marty will be up here, very relevant topics, talking about that next month. It is budget season, as we all know. We will have our one-on-ones, and we have a budget workshop on July 20th, which I fully expect to be a long day. I have said over and over that I think as a going-in position, we need to eliminate consulting contracts. And that doesn't mean we won't enter new ones. I just think it's time to kind of clean house and start over. We will find things that we realized we needed and things we realized we didn't. But there's an opportunity there, and I think it is time to do that. I also think we need to establish a budget review committee. Again, most other cities have this. I've made this motion many times, but I think it is imperative right now. The city has their task force going, but the residents more than ever need a voice in this also. They need representation and people who will be able to push back on certain ideas and propose other ones that are more palatable to residents. So this is going to be a give and take, and I think we need to ensure that both sides have a seat at the table. So I can make the motion now, but I will. I'm going to make a motion that we reestablish a budget review committee where each member of the board has one nominee, and we can put certain criteria in place to ensure that they have the background that we want, because I want it to be I want it to be effective. Okay.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to create a budget review committee are you going to ask staff to come up with the criteria for the members? Is that it? Or are you going to spell it out now?
I'm sure staff can come up with it, but I think one person per commissioner and maybe one at large, and they have to live in the city, and they have to have a finance or accounting background, and perhaps business. You could expand it to that. So I don't know the exact wording, but I want it to be comprised of people that we put some thought into, and are actually going to not spin their wheels and things, but be an effective voice for the residents, but also understand budgeting.
Vice Mayor.
Okay.
So the city already have something in place. Back in the day, we had a budget review board. So in the 80s and 90s, that's what we had. So I disagree with one staff member because I know what happened and why it went away. But all they have to do is just like they like to use piggyback off what they already have. and put it into place. And back then, it was every commissioner appointed a person to be on that board as well, okay? Excuse me,
I'm going to ask the audience to please be quiet.
how many times have you said that to her today?
That's number 3.
Okay, what happens
If
at
it happens
3?
again, Commissioner, she's going to be escorted out.
The meeting is over.
So,
The meeting is over.
okay, so you're done?
But you allow who you want to get away with things in the audience. If you're going to be fair, treat everybody fair.
No, Commissioner Perkins, you're incorrect, but go ahead. Go ahead.
And you're never incorrect, huh? Right? Talk to me, Mayor. I'm done. Vice Mayor, thank you.
So it's been moved and seconded to create a budget review committee based upon the parameters that the Vice Mayor just outlined. Discussion on the motion. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. Yes, I think it's important that they have a finance background or some sort of business background, that they can understand even the complexities of what residents are looking for and how that impacts our bottom line, how those decisions are shaped and made. So, and that they can convey that effectively to our staff and advocate on behalf of residents. I agree, we have a huge task ahead of us, and I already sort of half joked with my husband that, you know, for some of these budget meetings or meetings coming into July and September, that I might pack a sleeping bag because, or a backpack, because I feel like it's going to be, we're going to have some tough conversations. And I would actually also ask residents that if you are interested or you have any feedback or you hear this, please reach out to the commission as a whole. And I would love to see what you think about this, because I think this is one way where residents can truly get the feedback and have it be applicable.
Very good, thank you.
Mark.
Further, Vice Mayor.
Can I clarify this a bit more too? Because, there's the motion and then there's the point of this. And staff has their own task force in place, and I'm very grateful that we've taken that step, and I appreciate that. But there is a tendency for people who have been here as insiders for a very long time to operate with a little bit of tunnel vision. And it's not a knock, it's just what happens, and it's how you're used to doing things. But also, not everyone on that committee is a resident here. So I think the residents need a voice in this also to balance it out. And that is, as we go through this, if we can get this established and up and running the next couple months, we will, I think, be prepared in a better place to go through the following year with this in place.
Mayor.
Mr. Berman.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. We need more parameters than just what we're discussing. We need to know what their duties are, how often they meet, what their job is. Is it just recommendation? I'd like to take a look at the question.
I think we can base it on the committee that existed in the past.
Yeah, Mr. Berman, I think if it passes, then you can bring something forward and
wanna see if it was in
look at it, and if we want to tinker with it, we can tinker with it.
And I don't know that we would decide how often they meet. Perhaps they would decide as a board, given what was going on and what time of year it was. I mean, I know some of the boards take the summer months off and they decide not to even meet. So I think that those are more nuanced details.
Very good. Further discussion. Commissioner Segerson.
Yes, this feels a bit rushed to me. Okay, it really does. We have 2 meetings in July, then we're off for the month of August. Then we have our required budget meetings. We haven't even had it, and yet it feels rough, so I'm not going to support it.
Well, just
Thank you very
Commissioner, I got Vice?
Okay, so just to be clear, everything that we bring up here in our reports, this is our opportunity to say something that we can't bring up otherwise, and your response is always, it's too rushed, I can't make a decision. I don't know if it's because you have to be told. Maybe you have to be told what to do by people at the city, so you can't do that on your own, but.
I find your remarks very disrespectful.
Commissioner Segerson, let the Vice Mayor.
Most people find you the same. So.
Go ahead. Vice Mayor.
My point is not that we're going to use it this cycle, right? It's to get this going so that whether, we nominate some people maybe in July, some people in September, but we will have this in place once, we hit November and this amendment potentially passes. The point isn't to have it up and running in July. It's to get ahead. I'm actually trying to be proactive and get ahead of what's coming instead of being reactive.
Very good. Commissioner Smith.
If we were going to do it for this budget, we should have talked about this in April when we started the process. And I feel that I'm not going to support it tonight. I'm not saying I'm not going to support it, but I would like to read what we had before So I like to study him and have my questions answered before I make a vote. So not saying I won't support it going forward, but I'm not going to support it tonight. I'd like to have more information and see how it was organized before. So no, I'm not going to vote for it tonight.
As do I.
Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Further, Commissioner Fezzik.
Thank you. I just want to make sure, Mr. Berman, when something like this happens, and we bring something up, and there's a motion made, and then there's a second, and we have a discussion, and we have a vote, if the vote passes, and it moves forward, the next step for something like this would obviously be that your office and staff would put something together to put on a future agenda, as a future agenda item with complete backup or additional information that we can all study, correct?
Correct. That's why I was asking for some additional information, but we'll wait till we need to get that information.
Right, so I actually...
I also want to just finish, excuse the interruption. I also want to see if it was in the Code of Ordinances previously, what was there. This may be something that should be codified versus, so there are a lot of things to look at what was done in the past. It's been a few years.
Right, and so I agree with you, and I think that that's very important for you to be able to take the time to do that, considering that it is concerning our budget. As far as it being put into place now, as opposed to in the future or somewhere down the line, we did discuss this before. It was voted down last time. Any sort of attempt at transparency or reporting seems to be a stalemate, and the problem is that residents actually want some more interaction and would like some of these things to come back where we can discuss it as an agenda item, not as a report item. And we only do that when we move these things first. But basically, you're just moving, you're not going all the way around, you're not pass and go, you're not collecting $200. You're just basically saying, here's the game player on the board. You don't even looked at your cards yet. So it's so important that we start to realize that you have all the time in the world. If we all can look at our budget and our backup and all this stuff, the second that agenda is released, which, by the way, again, other cities get a little bit more time, I think we can do this, and you won't have to make a decision now. The only decision is, will you be open to learning more about it, yes or no? Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, for the people that are on that task force are residents of the city of Pompano Beach, and well qualified. So we do have residential representation, and ultimately we are the final say. I agree with Commissioner Smith. I'm not opposed to it. I don't remember what the parameters are, how, and the procedure is. So, I'm not saying I'm against a budget review committee, but I just don't think I think it's too rushed, and I want to have more information. Thanks.
Very good.
Yeah.
Commissioner Perkins.
Mr. Berman, if you can't find the paperwork from back in the 80s and 90s, I do have it. So
I like to believe I can find anything if I look for it.
okay, all right, just in case, I have it if you need it.
If I need to, I'll
Yes.
definitely get right to it.
Okay, thank you.
I just have to say that, I think the city does operate in the mode of transparency. Anybody who wants any information can get it. It's not difficult. City manager's office, the budget office, they are available. People who claim that the city doesn't operate in the spirit of transparency, I just flatly say that's incorrect. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
No.
Commissioner Smith.
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
No. Vice Mayor, you still have the floor.
I never said anything about transparency in this one. I actually spoke more about resident participation. So to any of my colleagues who don't support residents who want their voice to be heard and who want to advocate for their neighbors and have more participation as we go through this unprecedented budget cycle that's coming next year, all I can say is shame on you. If you think that everyone in this room has all the answers, and some subset of the people in this room have all the answers, then shame on you. I want to talk about tomorrow's planning and zoning meeting also, and to remind people that planning and zoning is actually, I think, the most powerful board in this city. The planning and zoning board is the only place where site plans are looked at, reviewed, and approved, minor and major site plans. We are one of the few cities in the county that does not have any mechanism or any role for the commission to look at major site plans. So tomorrow night, the Costco is on the agenda, and that is a big switch from a flagship Publix with retail. It may not look like a Costco, but I can assure you the traffic will feel like a Costco. So if anyone who lives in Cypress Bend, Palmer, or anywhere around there has concerns about the switch from a Publix to a Costco, tomorrow night is the only hearing of this. It is a major site plan that is being reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Board, and that will never be looked at or voted on by this commission. So I've made that motion before to have a call-up option like Fort Lauderdale does for site plans. It's been turned down. I've made the motion before for a budget review committee. This isn't the first time. So if no one did their research last time, there's nothing I can say to that. But I don't understand the downside of members on this board to putting more guardrails in place. Especially with what we're going through now. There is no downside to reducing the spending authority of the city manager. There's no downside to having a budget review committee. There's no downside for creating a mechanism for us to look at decisions that planning and zoning makes that are, I mean, these are big decisions that fundamentally can change the character of our city. From traffic patterns, neighborhoods, quality of life, all those big decisions aren't made by this board. They're made tomorrow night by that board. So I don't understand why this board wants to give so much of its power away when right now we should be taking it and back and ensuring that we are looking at everything and doing the job that people expect us to do and think we're actually doing, because I can guarantee you most residents are we get blamed for the decisions. Oh, this got built or that got built. We get blamed for it, but we have no role in it. So if we're going to take responsibility for it, we should be advocating for ourselves to have a role in it. And I cannot understand why any member of this board wouldn't advocate for themselves to have a role in it when you know you're going to get blamed for it. So that is the essence of my report. I will address the city manager's review since it came up. I won't go into the details of what happened the last time. We could go play by play of the deceit and other things that happened. But what I'm sensing this year is, it's summed up in one word, and it's just defiance. I just see a defiant city manager who says, I don't want to do it, and I'm going to change the way it's done, and I know the board I'm dealing with right now, and that attitude is exactly what is wrong with this city and with this commission and everything right now. And I think it's why so many of us and the residents are frustrated. We're all frustrated, but that type of defiance is not the type of leadership that we need. And with that, my quote is, leaders must be willing to put the ship's performance ahead of their egos.
What?
Very good.
Mayor?
Commissioner Perkins.
I just wanted to say to Commissioner Smith and Vice Mayor, I will not be attending the Planning and Zoning Board meeting. And you do know that Costco's is in my district on Sample Road. So make sure you ask the right questions, because this Costco will be totally different in Palmer. So Costco's now is variety type store. When they move it to Palmer, they plan for it to be a business store. In other words, all the food, all the clothing, everything is gone. And it's supposed to be. Now, this is what I was told by the manager there, 2 managers. Yes, but they're supposed to close Sample Road, is what they said to me.
Commissioner, you want to speak in the
I can't hear what you're saying. You
microphone.
got to talk in the mic.
Sample Road will be closed when this one opens?
Yes.
It'll be closed and remodeled to be a business center, the only one in the state of Florida. And membership can shop at either one, but the one at the Pomp would be the one that has the fruits, the vegetables, and the hot dogs.
Right.
The eyeglasses.
But I was just told that it was supposed to be business for business restaurants and things of that sort.
On Sample, correct.
Oh, no. I was told that was going to be in your district. By the managers, 2 of them. You know, I live in Costco, so. But anyway, but just ask those questions and get them correct for the residents tomorrow in that meeting, because I wish I could attend. All right, thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to beat it up anymore. Happy 4th of July.
Rex,
Wait, I didn't adjourn the meeting yet. Yes, Mr.
Mayor?
Harrison. Yes, sir.
happy birthday Thursday.
Thank you. This meeting's adjourned.